first impressions. A bit heavy on the face, but we'll see how that goes. See how this flies. First I feel, well, it definitely turns better now we're on Betaflight. The previous mix of whatever Canex did there on that radio just did not work for me. It feels kind of like, you know, sort of 75 mil whoop, a little bit heavier than you'd want to for really throwing around, but it feels like this sort of thing. Let's just move around some trees, let's see what we got. Not going particularly quick or anything. But we certainly seem to have the signal holding up okay so far. What are we looking at? Still about, went down to about 3.7 megabits per second there. But it seems like it's holding up alrightish. So the frame rate's a little bit jerky on this one, if I'm honest. So I might try switching it to the 720p 100 thing to see if it feels any better. And of course we've not got the camera at a particularly up angle, so it's not going particularly fast, but certainly we're getting a reasonable picture. These little stubbies are holding up. I presume there might be extra sort of flat panel antennas in the front. Don't know. But it's certainly not causing an issue. Flying around, go through the trees. Feels pretty good. Feels much better than it did before. Still quite docile compared to you know, a decent, very lightweight whoop. But it's handing things on, and it's much more predictable for me. I just did not get on with that mix. They previous from Ricardo. Sort of like just one of my quads now. Alright, we've got a low battery one already. It's touching 3.5, so we're coming for around it. So, find a switch speed on there. Oh, there it is. Right, switching out the dog. Okay, we found out we have a, well, I changed it to 720p 100, but also found out that it had reset itself back to fixed wing mode instead of low latency mode. So of course we got a little bit better here. Is it any smoother? A little bit. Not massively, but it's a bit better than it was. Let's take it around a little bit further. Quick eye on the bit right there. We're down to, well, it's still 25 megabits per second. This is not thick forest. It's, at this time of year, it's very easy to find your way back. Although it does look a little bit same. Sometimes you just have to use your ears. Having a great time. Yeah, I'm going.
Have you wishlist Forza Horizon 6 yet? I'm burning up with Xbox to break the Horizon Passport sweepstakes. Register online and wishlist the game so you can have an opportunity to win an epic trip to Japan. We're gonna have amazing scenery, cool cars, an opportunity to get a sneak peek of my new movie Drifter. And of course, we're gonna have a bunch of snacks. Japan awaits. I'll see you there.
여기 있다. 방금 봤다. 그냥.
뭐하는데?
가자.
어디?
야시장. 야시장 가기 전에 좀 똑바로 앉아볼래?
나도 이제 영상 찍는 거야. 그 게스트들처럼.
어떤 게스트들?
맨날 유튜브에 나오는 뭐 치어리더 분들이라든 그런 것처럼 이제
영상이야. 일단은 가서 치즈보드 먹고 할 거야.
그럼 이번 영상 뭐 주디 디디가 치우 먹고 반응 이런 거.
뭐, 第一次吃到臭豆腐的反应 이런 거 아니야. 우리는 그거 아니야. 第一次 먹는 걸 찍는다 해도 나는 그런 거 생각하면 안 되고 우리는 이제 즐기러 가는 거야. 맞지? 비워 여기 머릿속에서. 그런 걸 비워 생각을. 어디 벌써부터 그런 생각을. 他来台湾原本的理由是为了开餐厅。我好像之前有说过，要看台湾的气氛怎么样嘛。夜市里面的老板们怎么对待客人，然后整个的气氛怎么样，怎么经营夜市。我弟弟一定要看这种东西，所以这次是为了让他学习，然后习惯一下才去的。我个人觉得台湾夜市这个小小空间就是反映台湾的社会，是吧？我想的对吧？所以我觉得夜市是很好的学校。有一个어딘 줄 알아?
야시장.
엘리베이터다. 여기 이 야시장이 내가 대만 인생 처음 와서 처음으로 온 야시장이야. 근데 나한테 되게 의미가 있는 곳이거든. 내가 이 야시장 때문에 중리에 살기로 마음을 먹었었거든. 근데 중리에 산 후로 한 번도 여기를 못 왔어. 너무 멀거든. 난 중리라고 하면 다 근처인 줄 알았지. 2년 만에 왔어. 지금 내가 바라보는 야시장이랑 그때 바라보는 야시장이랑 진짜 달라.
아 좀 바뀌었어?
아니 그 느낌이 달라. 그러니까 내가 달라졌잖아.
아 그렇지. 즐기러 가볼까?
가자.
배고픈데.
자 여기 보여? 이 화단에 바퀴벌레가 진짜 많아.
어.
그래서 이 바퀴벌레랑 내가 같이
어.
소세지를 먹었었어.
많은 추억들이 있었네.
여기 추억이 잊혀지지가 않았어 절대로. 바퀴벌레가 진짜 귀여웠었어. 이만해가지고. 그 바퀴벌레 아직도 살아있을까?
아 추억의 바퀴벌레네.
잘 지내니? 짱나나? 아 좋다.
그래. 맛있는 냄새 너무 많이 난다.
그치?
나 배고파.
일단은 우리가 여기를 즐기고 이제 사장님이 어떻게 손님들을 대하는지, 손님들은 또 사장님이 어떻게 대하는지 그런 거 한번 보고 한번 음식을 제대로 즐겨보자. 그래도 봐봐 나도 이렇게 앉아서 먹었었다고.
한국어 있다 한국어.
떡볶이도 있네요. 되게 익숙하다. 내 이거 먹게?
여기서 떡볶이 먹으니까 좀 신기하긴 하네. 아 대만에도 어떻게 뭐 길거리 간식? 한식 이런 게 좀 인기가 많나?
있어. 치킨도 많이 팔아.
대만인들이 만드는 한식, 대만인들 입맛에 좀 맞게
맞아.
이런 거 그래도 좀 먹어봐야 될 것 같아 나는.
그것도 맞지. 근데 대만 야시장에 가서 떡볶이를 먹는 게 조금 그래도 오늘 온 의도가 그걸 보려고 온 거니까.
시장 좀 봐야 되니까.
네가 그럼 정해봐.
여기 나 통계인 해야 돼?
아니 여기 야식 안 해도 돼.
이거 라차 밀가오, 이거 사실 이거
이거
하나.
하나.
네.
바이스는 아니고 바이오라고 해야 돼.
바이오.
그리고 야시장은 사실 동비는 해도 되는데 하기가 쉽지 않아서 난 그냥 안 해.
이거 약간 한치보다 이식 일본 편의점 느낌이다.
그러네. 원래 소세지가 없잖아.
아니 소세지를 떠나서 이런 거 다 없잖아. 이거만 있잖아.
그치. 대만식이네 이것도.
이건 뭐 뭔지 모르겠다.
살짝 한식에 대만식을 곁들였네.
일단 한번 먹어보고.
아이고 가을이다 야.
국물 한번 먹어. 국물 맛이 한국이랑 똑같네. 이런 거 한국에도 없으니까 나 처음 먹어본 맛이고. 오뎅은 한국인이면 먹이면 모를 것 같아. 그냥 우리가 늘 먹던 그런 맛이야. 근데 한국인들은 이제 오뎅만 먹잖아.
그렇지.
만두도 있고 소세지도 있고 두부랑 이렇게 여러 가지가 있는데 이게 약간 대만인들이 좋아하는 스타일인가?
대만 음식에 로웨이라는 게 있어. 거기 안에 보면은 이런 저기 돼지 피떡 같은 것도 그렇고 이런 게 들어가 있거든. 그래서 살짝 대만인 입맛으로 바꾼 것 같아 내가 봤을 때는. 소세지랑 이렇게 먹으면 맛있네.
근데 난 너무 아이디어 너무 좋다 생각해. 오뎅만 덩그러니 있는 것보다 고기도 좋잖아 이렇게. 좀 좋은 영감을 얻어간다. 떡볶이도 한번 먹을까 빨리.
궁금하네. 쩐다. 씩씩. 선물을 줬어. 씩씩.
사실
기분 좋다. 내가 2년 만에 온 야시장에서 이렇게 또 대만 사람의 인심을 또 한 번 더 느낀다. 와.
대만인들 참 착하고 선한 거야.
맞아.
짱하고.
太帅了，漂亮，谢谢，谢谢。
우리 둘이 돌아다니면 선남선녀 같긴 하지.
개소리고 선 여만이지 선 나무 없다 야.
근데 약간 다른 게 한국은 완전 여기서 막 퍼서 바로 팔잖아.
그치.
근데 여기는 이제 따로 조리를 한 번 더 하네. 개인적인 생각으로 떡이 약간 안 진해. 완전 물 같아. 그래서 개인적으로 좀 싱거워 보여. 근데 그것 때문에 아마 한번 더 졸이는 것 같은데?
여기서 한 80% 정도 요리를 해두고 그러고 100%를 만드네.
왜냐면 보니까 라볶이 라면을 무조건 넣어.
라면이 있네. 라면 있어서 그렇네. 일단 먹어보자. 학교 끝나고 먹는 떡볶이 맛 나는데?
은근 맵네.
왜 나 어릴 적 학교 앞에서 먹던 떡볶이 맛이 나지?
이거 그 이것도 한국랑 비슷하네.
요즘에는 한국에서 없어진 그 추억의 맛이 대만에서 나네.
누구 보니까 대만인들 입맛이 난 한국이랑 좀 맞다 생각해. 나 완전 한국 맛이. 어릴 때 그런 딱 그 추억의 맛.
맛은 다 통하는구나.
통하는 것 같아.
맛이 진짜 존나 맛있어. 사실은 아까 우리가 딱 갔는데 우리가 딱 한국인인 거 보고
맞아.
가우스 시험 보는 거 같은데 하면서 뭐라고 말씀하셨는데 사장님 조금 빗나가셨어. 근데 이따 가서 말씀드리겠어. 여기 존나 맛있어.
이거 진짜.
존나 맛있어 진짜.
근데 이거 밥 먹은 거 어디 버려야 돼?
보통은 쓰레기통이 있거든. 근데 없으면 제일 깔끔한 거는 먹었던 곳에서 가는 거야.
신기하네.
돌려드리면 돼. 돌려달라고. 그리고 사장님한테 맛있다고 얘기하고 진짜 맛있었어. 不好意思，可以帮我订这个吗？真的很好吃，跟韩国的味道完全一模一样。我小时候的味道，真的很好吃。谢谢。真的，台湾中人真的很好。我现在在拍 OK 吗？什么？
等下有人过来吗？
好，那我帮你排队吗？好，谢谢。
谢. 오 맛있는 냄새 난다. 여기야.
여기 추천해 주셨어.
소세지네. 아니 주문 먼저 해볼까?
일단 기다려야 돼. 여기 문화야. 일단은 여기서 기다려. 그리고 저기서 사장님이 주문 뭐 할 거야 물으면 그때 들어서 하면 돼.
진짜?
그래서 미리 생각하고 있어. 미리. 일단 기다려야 돼. 무조건 말하면 사장님이 헷갈려해. 네가 먹고 갈 건지 아니면은 싸갈 건지를 말을 해줘야 돼. 아니면 봉지 안에 주시거든. 바로 먹을 거면 봉지가 필요 없잖아. 아직. 말 안 걸었어. 긴장하지 마. 진정해.
대한 문화 좀 새롭네.
봐봐 사장님 얼마나 바쁘세요. 돈도 받으셔야 되고 포장도 해야 되고.
이거 미창 버차이.
미청 먹는다고? 샹창 먹는다며.
香菜. 是对辣的. 아니 뭔가 타코 같아. 이래서 고수도 들어가 있고. 먹으면 돼?
뭐?
고수향.
아.
맛이 재밌다. 고수 가니까 멕시칸 음식 같기도 하고 대만인들이 음식 좀 재밌게 만드네. 다 먹어도 돼?
이거 왜 추천했는지 알겠다. 아니 식감이 다양해. 내가 이제까지 대만에서 쌍창 그렇게 많이 먹었지만
소세지 육즙 빵 터지면서 아까 가서 하면서 고수 마지막에 딱.
맞아.
내 야채 별로 안 돼.
야채 내가 먹게.
대만 사람들이 약간 다채로운 향이 좋아 이런 거 좋아하는 것 같아. 고기 육즙도 터지고 야채, 고수 이런 소세지 안에도 향신료 들어가 있는데 부드럽고 톡톡 터지는데 아삭한 양파의 식감 이런 것처럼.
대만 사람들이 미식가야. 끼하나. 이거는
루펜부님 덕분에 감성이 맛있는 것도 먹고 좋다.
지금 보고 계신다.
보고 계셔?
따봉 해줘야겠다. 방금 봤다. 근데 안 보는 척하고 있다.
진짜?
응. 류류류류류. 이거 아빠 좋아하는 거다 아빠. 이거 무조건 먹어야 된다. 이거 마라 먹어야 돼. 我要2个 마라. 谢谢.
미안 거? 두 개나 먹게? 근데 딴 거 많이 먹어야 되는데.
뭐 카메라 들고 있는 사람 안 먹냐?
맞네.
不用，会直接吃。
나 이제 좀 알 것 같아. 마인드 약간 미식 같네. 식감 진짜 뽀득뽀득한데?
이거 내가 왜 2개 시키는지 알고 왔지?
매운 맛있다. 좀 먹고 어떻게 리액션 해야 될까 좀 고민이 많았거든. 음식 다양하고 맛있고 이러니까 너무 막 집중이 돼가지고.
그거를 고민하면 안 되지. 네가 그거를 고민한다는 건 앞으로 네가 뭔가를 먹었을 때 네가 나는 반응들이 다 거짓말 같잖아.
그러니까 걱정할 필요 없다는 말이지.
그치? 그대로 하면 돼. 그런 생각을 머리에서 비워.
아니 안 했잖아. 아니.
썩어 빠진
내가 하지
정신머리를
내가
다
하지도 않는 걸로 왜?
뭐 하는 건데? 그 썩어 빠진 정신머리를 바꿔야 돼.
내가 하지도 않았잖아.
아니 아까 멘토는 그렇게 생각했다면서. 아예 그런 뿌리를 뽑아버려야 돼. 알지?
됐다.
그냥 있는 그대로.
일단 딴거 보러 가지.
있는 그대로 하면 돼.
하지도 않고 뭐 있지도 않은데 나한테 왜 그러니?
아 있었잖아. 있었는데 지금 없어.
아니 머릿속에 있었잖아.
그러니까.
이 현실로 내뱉지 않았잖아.
아니 내 뱉은 뻘치 너는 그런 건 없애버려야 돼. 야 무슨 반응을 해야 할지 그거를 생각했다는 자체는 글러먹은 거야.
아니 그러니까 말을 안 했잖아.
아니 할 뻔했잖아.
아니 현실로 그게 말을 내가 안 내뱉었잖아.
아니야 할 뻔했어 너는. 머리에서 그
아니
뻘 자체 뽑아버려.
하지가 않았는데 할 뻔했다는 거야. 이해가 안 돼서.
아니야. 너는 그런 정신상태가 있으면 안 돼. 이 유튜버도 아니면 뭘 그런 거 걱정해.
걱정은 할 수 있잖아. 그냥
안 돼.
이 또한 솔직하게 말하는 거지.
그래 그건 좋았어. 내가 그거는 인정.
또 내가 솔직하게 표현하는 거잖아.
이걸 솔직하게 표현하면 잘했어.
어.
근데 내가 먹고 어떤 반응 지어야지 맛있다고 생각해야 돼. 맛있다고 얘기해야 되나? 아니 뭐지? 반응을 지어내려고 하면 안 돼.
안 지원했잖아. 그래서.
야 그런 생각을 하지도 마.
알겠다. 할게. 딴 거로 먹으러 가자 빨리.
아이 뭘 먹어야 되나 또.
조명 때문인지 모르겠는데 음식이 다 반짝반짝하네.
색깔이 좋네. 이거 무조건 먹어야 된다.
이게 닭이야?
请问这是什么呢？
这是鸡腿肉，
鸡腿肉，鸡腿。
아鸡腿肉. 내가 실셔마.
这是鸡卷，这里面包蔬菜。
아 야채로 이렇게 감싼 거래 그 닭고기를.
이거.
谢谢，先这样子。
这样我也标。
谢谢。因为我很辣，我要辣。
好。
그좀 농담은 좀 재미없더라.
아니 근데 내가 웃겨서 괜찮아.
깨달아.
상대방이 눈치채지 못했을 때 농담을 하는 게 고수인 거야. 지금 이모가 전혀 눈치채지 못했어.
둘이 동생으로서 조언을 좀 하자면 너무 웃기려고 막 뺏는 것 같아. 난.
아니다. 나 웃기려고 안 했다.
이 드립의 타율이 조금 낮은 것 같아. 많이 뱉으니까 좀 높아 보일 수 있는데 이 적당히 재밌게 적재적소에 따라닥 해야지 재밌지. 나 너무 맥시멈이야.
네가 뭔데? 아, 谢谢. 네가 뭔데?
이거 보내달라면 안 되겠지?
아 맞다.对，钱。야 말 걸지 마. 그만 될 뻔했잖아. 我差点忘记，因为他一直跟我讲话。
존나 잘못을 왜 나한테
말 좀
뒤집어
걸지
씌워.
마. 전화 안 내고 또 갈 뻔했잖아.
나 근데 이거 뭐야?
谢谢。
谢谢. 바이바이. 왜?
이거 뭐 그림 그린 거야? 사인펜으로 그린 거야? 집에 네임펜으로. 화장 좀 전화 못하는.
네가 뭔데?
아니 누나 65만 유튜버면
네가 뭔데?
항상 품위 있게. 똑같네.
와 냄새 죽이다. 아. 야시장에서 이렇게 먹는 사람 처음 봤다.
약간 이뻐 같다. 그러니까 음식이 먹는 재미가 있어 뭔가.
오. 아따 멋있어. 멋있네.
사람들 많은데 안 쪽팔려.
이게 재밌네.
똑같은 닭이잖아. 부위별로 식감 다른 거나 이런 거 좀 잘 살렸네. 난 개인적으로 이게 식감이 나 닭에서 처음 먹어보는 맛이고.
다 엉덩이.
어.
엉덩이 부위 먹진 않잖아 한국에서.
그런 걸 딱 떼가지고 이렇게 뭔가 또 새로운 감회가 있네. 이 야시장이 어떻게 보면 이제 대만 음식의 표준이잖아. 길거리 음식이니까.
그치?
길거리 음식인데도 이렇게 뭔가 다양하고 식재료에 대해 뭔가 이해도도 엄청 높은 것 같고.
마지막으로 그래도 치즈볼을 먹으러 가자.
유명하긴 하니까.
그래도 먹어야지.
어.
이건 먹고 가야 돼. 가자. 한국에서 보면은 맛이 치즈볼 한 개만 생각하지만 이거 여러 가지 있어. 보여 여기 뭐 마늘,
그냥
태국씨,
주문부터 할까?
아니 명태.
아니 주문부터 하자니까. 사람들 뒤에 기다리고 있잖아.
아니야 이미 주문하셨다. 내가 다 들었다.
주문했어.
이미 다 듣고 있다.
알겠어.
사람아 내가 한두 번호야.
그래.
이놈이. 자 그럼 무슨 맛 먹을래?
아니 나 근데 솔직히 개인적으로 치즈가 진짜 궁금해. 시시에 토fu 민타이츠 이거. 예.
짜오다. 근데 궁금한 게 있는데 왜 말하기 전에 CC라고 하는 거야? 너무 고마워 맛있는 거 줘서?
그래.
치즈볼도 튀긴 게 있고 탕으로 먹는 게 있고 종류가 있어. 근데 나 치즈볼은 처음 먹어봐. 아 나 그래도 호석이 칭찬할 만한 거는 치즈 먹자고 했을 때 싫어 이렇게 안 해서 좋아. 뭔가 선입견을 가지지 않고 뭔가 그 이 문화를 받아들이려고 하는 자세가 좀 좋은 것 같아.
아 근데 약간 한국인으로서 치즈가 약간 선입견이 있잖아. 한국 방송에서 완전 자극적인 거 많이 나오니까. 이게 먹고 약간 내가 카메라 앞에서 막 이러면 어떡하지?
그러니까 그거를 생각하는 것 자체가 너는 글러 먹는 거야. 그러니까 그런 생각을 빼. 빼고 그냥 그 음식 그대로 받아들여. 우리한테 익숙한 음식이 아니잖아. 당연하지. 먹자마자 멋있다 이럴 수 없지. 일단 먹고 못 받아들이겠으면 못 받아들이겠다 말하면 돼.
아, 누나 그 말대로 먹고 이상하면 쩔뚝해도 돼?
이게 우리랑 다른 문화여서 그런 거지. 이 문화를 비하하면 안 돼.
아니 나 비하 생각을 안
이게
했는데.
근데 이게 이거는 비하야. 일단은 너 아직 먹지도 않는데 그런 거 생각했잖아. 이미 글러먹은 거야. 아니 기다려봐. 이미 네 마음에 창문이 있는 거야. 넌 이미 문을 닫아놨어. 취두부가 들어가야 되는데 문이 닫혀 있어. 그럼 어떻게 들어가는데 취두부가 좀 들어가자고 하는데 네가 문을 안 열었는데 이거 어떻게 들어가는데? 그러니까 이미 그런 생각을 없애야 된다고. 없애. 그럼 얘가 이렇게 들어오잖아.
아니 혹시나 해서 말한 건데
그러니까 혹시나 그런 마음이 있으면 안 돼.
그런 말이면 아까 나 비하를 없었거든. 누나도 비하란 게 머릿속에 들어있는 거야.
아예 안 들어있지 나는. 아니 진짜. 아니 우리 거 아니야. 우리 거 아니야. 너무 열려서 간 거야.
아 그냥 먹자 사람들 다 쳐다보는 거야.
아니,
나
아니.
부러워서 말을 못 하겠어 이제.
아니 카메라 등지지 말고 이렇게 열린 마음으로.
아니, 열린 마음.
열린 마음으로.
아니 사람들 나 모자라.
사람들이 열린 마음으로 쳐다봐야지 구독자들을. 우리 구독자들 지금 등 돌리고 있어. 그러면 안 돼. 우와 들었어? 아 저게 명태구나. 아 나 이런 취두부 처음 먹어봐. 한지가 2년이 됐는데 왜 아직도 처음 보는 게 있냐고? 왜? 도대체 뭔데?
네, 대화민들이 약간 그 상상력이 좋은 것 같아. 왜 치두부를 이렇게 조리할 생각을 했을까?
저 토치를 굽는다. 와.
혹시 몰라 역시.
왜?
아 이거 뭐 신내가 나가지고.
어. 너무 상쾌해. 솔직히 냄새는 진짜 취두부 냄새 나거든? 맞지? 솔직하게 표현해봐. 왜 머뭇거려? 지어내려고 하지 마. 있는 그대로 얘기해.
난 아직 이 음식을 먹으려면 아직 나한테 너무 높은 음식인 것 같아 아직. 나 너무 빨리 먹은 것 같아. 아직 내가 이해하지 못할 맛이야.
딱 하나만 더 먹어봐.
아직 안 먹어.
야채랑 같이 먹어도 돼. 고마워.
좋은 거 먹으니까 아니 배추가 맛있네. 좋은 거 맛있어 근데. 정말 꿍꿍한 거랑 이 신 거랑 서로 이렇게 좀 올려주네. 아직 나는 미식가가 아닌가 봐.
왜냐면
나는 못 먹겠어. 누나 대단해 이거.
그래? 많이 먹었다. 어땠는데?
이 대만 길거리 음식인데도 근데 개인적으로 이게 진짜 진심으로 한국보다 약간 수준이 높은 것 같아.
나도 대만에 몇 년 있었는데도 방금 취두부 깜짝 놀랐다.
나도 깜짝 놀랐어.
대만이 필요해. 아니 솔직히 얘기하면 좋아.
왜냐면 온지 이제 한 일주일 넘었나? 2번이나 많이 먹었잖아.
잘했다.
어.
아빠는 50년대 취두부집도 가봤어. 너처럼 이렇게 다쳐가지고 이렇게 썩은 생각을 안 해.
아니, 2번이나 먹었잖아 이거. 2번 정도 먹었는데도 내 선입견 때문에 맛없는 음식은 아닌 것 같은데. 맛없는 게 아니고 내 입맛에 안 맞는 거면 워더코의 부흐 이렇게 말하면 되나?
네, 말할 때 조심 좀 해도 입에 취두부 냄새 나니까.
뭐 먹을까?
대만热炒店 갈 거야.
热炒店
热炒店.
꼭
뭐 그런 개념이지. 이제 대만을 알려면热炒店을 또 알아야 되거든.
유명한 콘체이.
아니, 그냥 이름이다. 그냥 술집.
술집이야? 대낮인데?
이게 또 밤에 가면은 사람이 엄청 많아지거든. 또 주말이잖아 오늘. 그래서 나는 문 열자마자 걸어가.
오픈런.
오픈런.
대만 르어차오라는 곳은 대만 좀 젊은 사람들이 많아.
젊은 사람도 가고 나이 있는 사람도 가고 남녀노소 가리지 않고 다 가지.
포장마차 같은 곳이.
어떻게 보면 포장마차 아니고 대만식 술집. 대만 스타일. 상상이 안 되지.
이래 되면 한국이랑 뭐가 좀 다르지. 대만인도 술 먹는 걸 한 번도 못 봤기 때문에 안 먹는 줄 알았어. 누나도 항상 그렇게 말해. 한국인처럼 구워라 먹어를 잘 안 한다고.
여기는 밥 따로 술 따로. 그래서 거기 술집.
안주 안 나오고.
있지. 야, 술만 파냐? 야, 우리 대만 사람들 안주 먹거든.
빤 줄 알았잖아. 술 따로 밥 따로 이렇게 말해.
맛있어.
대만 안주.
대만 안주.
한국처럼 소주 먹나?
아니, 비죠. 그 대만 맥주.
맥주만 먹어.
대만 맥주. 근데 가끔 뭐 런처店마다 달라.
아, 르어차오띠니 프랜차이즈가 아니고 그냥 술집 르어차오띠니라.
그래 술집을 런처 店을 한다.
지오띠니라.
조디에는 살짝 아가씨 있는 주지. 그런 데를 조디에 하더라고. 나도 처음에 대만 와서 나 조디에 갈래 갈래 이랬는데
내가 친구한테 큰일 날 뻔했어.
대만 친구한테 우리 조디에 가자. 이거는 이제 대만에 살아야 알 수 있는 중국어거든. 런처店.
그렇죠.
자, 런처店 가면은 반응 어떻게 할래요? 먹으면.
영상이니까 맛있게 찍어야 되지 않을까?
그런 걸 심판 자체는 틀려 먹은 거야. 내가 말했지. 마음을 열라고.
아니 그 맛있게 표현하는 게 마음이 이런 거잖아.
아니
아, 너무 열려서?
맛있게 표현한다는 것 자체가 틀린 거야. 있는 그대로 받아들이고 먹고 그냥 먹는 걸 표현하는 거지 즐기고. 근데 이걸 맛있게 표현한다는 것 자체가 넌 이미 틀려 먹은 거야. 이미 네 리액션을 정해놓고 먹는 거잖아. 맛없으면 어떡할래?
맛있다 해야지.
미친놈아.
미친놈.
미친놈아. 미친 거 아니야?
야 어디야 그래서?
여기 내가 자두구는 런처 게임인데 여기 늦게 가면 사람 진짜 많아진단 말이야. 원래는 5시에는 가야 돼.
대만인데 5시부터 술을 먹어?
아니 이게 주말이잖아. 자리 빨리 잡아야지. 들어가자.
메뉴가 진짜 많네.
메뉴가 일단 진짜 많고 여기에 포인트는 사진이 없다는 점. 그래서 중국어를 해야 한다는 점. 그리고 내가 지난번에도 우육면집 가서 너한테 얘기를 했었잖아. 맛있는 음식을 먹으려면 중국어를 할 줄 알아야 된다고. 근데 네가 그때 후불면 이렇게 해보면 되지 이랬잖아. 안 되는 이유가 또 여기가 있어.
지금 사야 될 것 같은데.
빨리 일단 지금 빨리 감도를 시켜야 돼. 야 옆 테이블에 지금 7명이 너 빨리 시켜. 지금 빨리 안 시키면 늦게 나온다. 일단은 굴튀김, 볶음밥 여기 볶음밥 맛있어.
국물 선 신거 아니야?
썬차이, 썬차이.
算快跟北京的
但是我就觉得啊，这个地方可以想，可能是一个段，可能别人的段子，但是那个时候是有一种，哎，什么是一个段子？然后我就必须要回去看一些以前一些人写的东西啊，或者是日本漫才师啊，我就哦，你们好快乐哦，我觉得你们对话好快乐，你们一定很快乐吧？然后我把这快乐放到前面。
的，你怎么让他们快乐？
我说他们带有没有那种快乐？所以我想说啊，我们被感染了以后，我带着哈哈，然后开始。
需要用别人来催眠
对对对对对，
是这些能量。
需要哎，所以真的麻烦，就是
那我问你嘛，你宁可都不要停，就是都不要停，不要离开那状态。
你想杀我对不对？
没有，我一直说
说慢性毒药是不是？要不什么？
没有，他问你的状态说，要不就是停1周，要不就都不要，因为只有这2个选择，我们能够做的。
说实在的是，我其实担心长假，但是我极度需要长假，但是我觉得我长假1个礼拜2个人不行。
要够长嘛？
对
对啊，其实这样。
我觉得30年不为过。
太长了。
那不叫长假，就叫
退休。
到一直到你死前到咽气的时候，我想再写一段漫才，这样结束了。
什么？
这个也不错啊，在咽气之前有一个重新燃起热情想要创作的欲望。
不行，那时候不行，那种时候不能死，那种时候人最惧怕最恐惧死亡，因为你突然又想做事情
好想完成。
哦，
对啊，对不对？这种最恐怖的，你要在死前你要准备的心态是说，其实我觉得差不多了，都 OK， 我可以放手这样子，这才是可以放
那你就可以成为最有趣的地方。
你说这不是有趣吧？就到
所以你需要一个完成目标的人，可是我们都把你打到半残。
目标是，你的人生期待有这个目标是
那才是那个魔鬼。
把别人打到半残是哈利现在。
对的，然后你就会想到不行，我还要完成事情。你会更
那对不起，我还听不懂。
我
还打到半残，
我好想要我重新站起来这样。
对。
不是，
太物理性了吧？而且他没有办法站起来，因为你把他打到半残，这是一个结论啊。
如果我2只脚被打断了，我是没有办法一只脚踏进棺材里的。
哇，
因为就会摔进棺材里。
好啦，这个疲劳的这个切换已经重新开启了切换，希望大家都可以有能力调整好，这个样子。
慢慢来啦，没有办法瞬间的啦，这个我们都可以理解这件事情。但就还是得出门嘛，还是得走到公司嘛，
是
慢慢开始。但你相信我，你的老板也是一样做，他也是在慢慢开启。
骗人，
是吧？老板也是吧？老板瞬间可以吸，我不信，除非老板都不休息。
某人去下飞机就去夜市了，你说什么？下飞机就去跟什么台积电董事长吃饭了啊？
还是有工作啊？
哪是啊？他们2个都给人家喝是要工作啊。我想他工作，他不是这样的啦。我说他切换很快，我很佩服这种人，该睡就睡，该醒来就工作，然后工作完去玩。
我好像是这种。
哦，那很好啊。我身边
蛮少人可以完全做到这个事情。
因为你想想，真的我还是挺直的，你工作赶快做完就可以早点完成这件事情。
哦，
理解，但是这是因为代表你的能力很好，你可以很快的做。
没有做好啊，我只做完而已。
你太谦虚了，曹丽就是谦虚，这一辈子要谦虚下去哦。
哪有？
那我讲一句坏话呀，你这辈子你就谦虚下去啊！我跟你讲，就谦虚到死。我跟你说，你到死前你都还谦虚。
你就说我没有真的要死啊，没有真的要死啊，我没有要死啊，这样，这件事情都谦虚。
没有玩，
我看起来
还不一定可以死，我还不一定可以死。
哦，你以为我看起来很快死？没有。
我这还没办法，这还没办
太
法。
奇怪了。
好了，今天呢，我们大家好，三达，
我跟他
我在哪里？
欢迎大家收看。
哒啦噔噔噔噔哒啦噔噔。
啦啦啦啦，爱在家。为什么查理第二个跟第一个是一样的？
我有完全抓不到我该怎么唱第二个歌。我刚才在想
就决定了，你干嘛？你这样子指北针吗？
为什么啊？
你现在是迷失了方向，你想要在这个工作室找到你自己的定位吗？
他突然唱出来，我想说你要告诉我什么？
没有告诉你，就是跳出来而已。
它是有宝藏的宝藏。
这是工作室吗？确实有，我都不确定到底有什么东西在这个地方哦。
就是对，有。
然后大家还是给我们很多问题哦。来，我们来看一下第一题什么呢？梦到和康康玩卡丁车的一颗包子。
哦
OK， 好，
其实我
女性18到22岁，你要对卡丁车发表评论吗？现在啊，
没有，我玩过一次而已。
哦。
对，卡丁车，
你说肯定在玩那种卡丁车，
泡泡卡丁车，
就是电动。
哦，他应该是这个意思吧？
他没说，他说卡丁车。
卡丁车应该就是那个啊。
没有，卡丁车是真的是在开的。
小型赛车啊，你知道吗？你没有看过 F1 那个罗马化？
我知道，极限工程师。
对啊，小时候他开就卡丁车。
卡丁车。
那个什么，有一个很有名的赛车手，以前就是跑卡丁车出来的。
然后他其实有取这个材料来做的。对，小型赛车跑了之后去跑。
那个什么路野。
铃鹿赛道。
铃鹿
F1。
路也是牛乳还是什么？
路也就是牧场。
但是你说的在高雄，还有一个。
对，高雄有一家。
肯定会有啊。卡丁车场。
但我基本上是应该是不能被
塞进去的，这个要不容易。对。
我可能进去的时候，我的膝盖要挂在门上面，然后2只脚伸出去，这样。
你的膝盖会来的。
那至少确定你有比别人多刹车。
你用手去压才有可能。
你有左脚脚底的刹车，右脚脚底的刹车，你的脚上跟左右，别人还没有，你可以这样子甩尾，对啊。好了，我们玩卡丁车哈，来，对，看玩卡丁车的包子呢，女性18到22岁，因为我在女咖啡厅上班，请问大家如果能开一间主题式的咖啡厅或餐厅的话，会想开什么样的咖啡厅和餐厅呢？
哦，有想法吗？大家很喜欢这种啊。
最想要啊！
我最喜欢开咖啡厅。
机器人咖啡厅。
啊，这2年会实现哦。
没有，那我的机器人不是那种。
好，来就少力机器人啊。
好干净哦。
波导有没有自己在把手？
对。
中文波导有把手。
这想要那个你们一定也会想要写错的咖啡厅。
你讲出来。
瓦力。
瓦力。
哦，他会用废弃的那个器材做成咖啡杯，
对，
跟废油做成咖啡。
然后你会特别想要在那边打翻东西或弄脏东西，因为它就会
你只是喜欢瓦力而已，对。你知道瓦力它的行走方式，除了那个履带啊，是履带，但也的是喷射，
对，它是漂
它核能的，算是吧。
它没有起司，大概是这种。
不会什么瓦斯吧？就是喷3秒就没有了，还是
我锂电池啊。
暂停一下，你没有看过瓦力吗？
有。
OK， 你刚刚因为我表情让我觉得我又遇到了悬崖吗？
说实在，你的警觉是对的。
是啊，
它是有可能。
什么表情？
是有种。
你的警觉是完全没错的。瓦力，你是这个年代。
你喜欢瓦力吗？
钢蛋。
好辣，
初号机的
他会这样捏着一个咖啡杯丢给你哦。钢蛋。
从窗户外面
对，
出好洗的
钢弹是这边打开，然后在那个嘛，这边打开，驾驶员坐在这里面嘛，然后他手冲嘛，手冲打开驾驶舱，
机器人会接着那杯手工咖啡，然后它遥控那机器人都给你。
想看，
但他的那个手就比那个整个店还要大。
麻烦，谁别人都狂看人家，那个客人都
然后说这杯是水洗红色会洗这样，
好帅，
下牙克。
下，
哎，对不起，我完全没有看过，我只知道一些名词。
我知道，但说真的，哇，这钢弹迷超爱，
一定超爱的。
那杯夏亚特调真想喝啊！
对啦，
对啊。
哎，所有动画主题的都会想要吧？朱浩熙也想要吧？对不对？你在朱浩熙很好喝，好比如说有一个人喝醉了，
那可以，
被基地场这样，
过不去。
大家帮 AD 场地收集一下，发现两个是做得到，
那我跟你讲，这些当地人都会是个电缆线，
没有，而且你知道，
他们蓄电的吗？
得去插。
而且你知道那个店长他是这样，坐在那个吧台，然后他员工会说，我要煮咖啡，要煮咖啡，我自己愿意煮咖啡。
不如他说好想下班，好想下班，好想下班。
不想要喝咖啡就走。
对对对，但这是他决定回来的是吧？我要煮咖啡，要煮咖啡。
你这是灌篮高手。有力我要煮咖啡。
我想，竞争是反悔的时候是这个样子哦。
店长在一个很高的地方，一个窗户旁边，就由我来煮咖啡吧，不要再叫那女店员煮咖啡了，她全身都烫伤了。我不会煮啊，对不对？
不要再让他碰咖啡机了，不要，不要。
可以的。
挺 boring 的。
笨蛋，谁会给我
别讲我最厉害 ，Krista。
想去吧，
想去吧，超想去。
我跟你讲，前他们说是美里跟那个谢
啊，谢好啊。所以动漫系列的他们讨论不完，但是都会讲。
对啊，
动漫系列
100分吧，
中华一番，
中华一番的，那时候不会有咖啡吧？主要才能有。
这不是咖啡，这是乌龙茶。
为什么是第七声音啊？
手要咖啡很高啊。
啊什么呢？还有什么样的咖啡厅呢？对，我觉得机器人咖啡厅以外，我会觉得我想要去，现在应该可能已经有，就是无人咖啡厅，
哦，有无人咖啡店或什么无人，
对吧？应该是有无人咖啡厅这种。那我觉得，但我想要开的是好像有人咖啡厅，就是无人咖啡厅，但是它系列里面好像有人咖啡厅，就是你进去的时候是没有人。但你喝一口鱼光放在脸，他是不是有人？这我是不是有人？
客人
不是客人。
拿做法
对。
他们是哦嘞，走过去，有人。
零零咖啡厅，
然后那个冲奶泡的时候，我就要自己冲完一杯的罐，下面有杯子，
然后柜台杯子，然后那个洗手。
然后你在喝咖啡的时候，你看到很多人小姑娘走过去，然后你看到
热水，
跟地板湿湿的，有人踩到咖啡，少咖啡渍，没有人在。
然后你这个喝一喝咖啡热咖啡有没有？然后慢慢浮出几颗咖啡豆，然后排列成一个数字。
可以买热狗吗？
不是鬼的啦，是这种奇奇妙妙让你觉得到底有没有人来？
说实话，零零咖啡厅我比较想去。
那一间咖啡厅呢，就是那种一间卡拉 OK 的那种，2个人在里面唱，就在路边，就像一个单人卡拉 OK 包厢那种。
哦，一个人的咖啡店，
对，
就是只有我一个人，没有任何人。我还蛮想要这种，
真的吗？
就那个可以在一个密闭的空间里面好好享受完你咖啡时光，好好开心。
可是它比电话亭还要小，然后你只能站着。
对啊，
我无所谓，但我不想要在旁边有很多人在透过玻璃在看我，
它是玻璃，
那就摆不出，就那个。
装饰艺术。
但是里面有一台咖啡机啊，然后也有放煮咖啡的店员啊，然后还有你。
哦，还有店员啊？
是啊。
哦，我以为是
错啊。
真的不会有人知道啊！那时候宇多田光刚出道，
那我
这多久？
形容一下，反正那个店员就很酷，他永远只有一句就是
有没有？
然后但是他就是不会打扰你这件事情。这种店员的话，就是你们可以各自做自己的事。
跟大家解释一下，《Hero》是木村拓哉跟松隆子所主演的一部非常有名的日剧，然后曾经在日本的日剧排行榜长居收视率的高峰的前几名。
然后我要补充，
对，是关于检察官的故事。OK， 好，补充完了，就这样子。有点年代了，因为那时候是宇多田光发第一张专辑的那个。
哇塞，都还知道这个嘞。
因为那个主题曲是他唱的。
哦。
你们不要再显老。
查理，为什么要害我？
我的错，我的错。
为什么要提一个我那么有共鸣的那个年代的东西呢？
刚刚是 Eddie 还有分享，他有去日本有什么那种宠物型的咖啡厅，
对，动物的，
猪猪咖啡厅，猪猪咖啡厅我没有听过哎，
不是小弹珠的，
不是进去会滑倒的咖啡厅。
谁他妈撒弹珠在地上啊？那叫念珠咖啡厅。
我猪很多种，
是猪 pig，
有很多迷你猪的咖啡厅，
对，
然后还有
水草，
对啊水来大水质咖啡厅太恐怖了，
哇，
水质咖啡厅
啊，不要
出现了。
我好没力气，对不起
啊，
我终于可以拿下来。
但总之就是动物型的咖啡厅，猫一定最常见，
对，猫咪咖啡厅，
对啊，猫大叔咖啡厅，猫大叔，
说扮成猫大叔，
有猫耳。
对，
哇，我口味重，哇，
猫大叔会不会重？
就扮成猫的大
对，
叔，
没有，大叔有很多种。你知道，
性感的大
金城
猫
武的话，大叔的是他们
金城武不能算大叔啦，大叔这种师傅给他用，
大算什么？
年纪上是大叔，
对啊，是不以为啊，
哇，修理为
这种类型是大叔。
这种太帅了，这好贵，一杯咖啡3600吧？
帅什么啊？
不是啊，基努里维，
这是他做台北的吧？
跟旁边会有人开枪吗？
也是 John Wick 系列啊。
金城武52岁嘞。
52岁了，金城武。
何瑞他41岁了。
你们也差不多是大叔了。
我本来就已经是大叔
不是你说哪一种大叔？马东石吗？
你都讲这种很性格的，
哦，太性格了。
太性格了
讲那个旁边锁行那个老板啊，
他还不算大叔吧？他搞到跟我们年纪一样。
那我们是大叔啊，对啊，
对啊。
所以他也是啊。
那个，所以刚刚讲到就是动物陪伴嘛，那是哪一种动物？我听到最不行的是那个昆虫，不是昆虫，爬虫类。
哦。
因为有些人很喜欢，但是我自己是小时候会爬，就是长大也是会爬。
可是爬虫类，你看
蛇
手工啊什么的，他们的眼睛好漂亮哦。
然后呢，在喝咖啡的时候，
凝视着他的眼。
那如果你在喝咖啡的时候拿一杯咖啡，然后就一马到的时候，它颜色开始变了，原来是变色龙了，那怎么办？
所以是小的问题。那个科罗拉多那种，
太大。
那个我看过那种店，我也怕，他们是要吃肉的，
吃你啊？
没有。
我讲，
我也觉得猫咖啡厅，猫咪咖啡厅真的不会拨杯子吗？
它会有那个一个洞，让你把棉被放在那洞里。
有员工训练的。
好吧。请谁来训练？猫大叔来训练。
买好几个杯子让他走到那个缝隙这样。
对。
他要跑起来可以撞到。
这么喜欢剥，把杯子剥掉，
那会被吃掉啊。
而且你盘子里面有一些什么小开心果来吃啊，把然后把它弄出来，猫就会这样啊。
我可以接受，他就这样我原谅他。
因为说真的，去方便咖啡厅可能蛮多都是有点 M 的，他们觉得好可爱，播出好可爱，这样。
这你不能这样说，人家是 M 吧？
我自己养猫，我是对猫会这样，我会觉得很爱。自己家猫有时候还是会生气的。
我要继续等猫下去了。所以你刚刚是说，你觉得自己有点 M？
对猫啊。对。
就对所有。
不是对所有，对猫有点 M。
了解。
养猫人多少都有点啊。好啦，哇，嗨。
啡里，尿你咖啡里
啊，
尿在你咖啡里。
少开吧，有底线的好不好？还是有底线的。
他没有哈扣到那个程度，
朝鲜来到哪？
可以到这样。
他一直对着那个咖啡盘发情，一直对着，
那就是尿在里面，
我在你的咖啡盘。
尿在里面，你就觉得很麝香咖啡的那个味道特别重。
我现在带你去一间就是发情猫咪咖啡厅，
好烦哦。
全部都是啊，我不结扎的。
我跟你讲，你首先那个尿会不停的溶掉，
全部都在发情。
你还摁得下去吗？你要摁得下去吗？
5分钟可以，5分钟受得了，5分钟的哇，那翻桌率会变高哎。
真的。
拉进去然后
哇，我得感受。
够了，可以走了。但你还是要点一杯咖啡抵消，这样子，我觉得还是可能生意说不定赚更多钱。
但是菜单有说，如果你现在也是发情的，折50元。
那怎么证明？
是个贸易。学猫教实践。
就是闻它的屁股，然后把屁股撸到那猫进去。
像上面会写就是客人如果这样。
开始有点危险，拉回来。所以如果是动物咖啡里面有什么特别？我其实想要一个不走乌鸦。
乌鸦，你是说它随时可以在你的咖啡里面加点东西吗？
要练钱之类的。
或者我说在上面的时候，对不对？是不是很烦恼？
有的话的确会担心这个。
我会杀它。
杀了。
别人
来练想法，然后干。
别人他们那部戏都不用描述，为什么全部都在我这边？就因为我咖啡是黑色嘛。
因为机车的关系。
对啊。
可是乌鸦很聪明耶，然后那家咖啡店可能会有各式各样的机会。
我问你，一只聪明的鸟拉在你杯子里面，你就会知道它绝对不是不小心的。
真的，这很快，而且它躲到它们群里面，你分不出哪一只。超级讨厌的，超级讨厌的。
而且他们是第一的。
他们这样然后直接看，然后全部看着。
对啊，他们看着，
上面飘着一个东西。
他们看着的时候是这样看你去，然后你跟他的时候他就这样。
装傻。
就跟唐伯虎点秋香一样，不知道哪一个才秋香，哪个是你大在杯子里面的人？
是不是？乌鸦它们不写，
鸟类的啊。
鸟类的不写。
能够一直在你身边飞的那种鸟类咖啡厅比较危险。就像给你去那种猫头鹰咖啡。
猫头鹰视力也不好，然后太亮了。
对，很可爱，还 OK。
那如果是自带咖啡，就我其实不提供咖啡，但这是这样的。
我们离开动物这个环节了。OK， 自带咖啡。
对不起。
我还要付钱吗？我只是想问，去那家咖啡店我还要付钱吗？
一杯咖啡也是正常的啊，黑咖啡150了，没人看到。
那我自己。哦，开瓶费。那家店没有卖任何东西，但是你带任何东西就要开瓶费。爽收。
我先我稍微再讲解一下吧，就是如果你是去买，比如说 Seven 的大冰美，好，你自己买50块，好，50块钱，我愿意扣掉那50块，但你要付100块，反正我觉得抵消是150，可以会比较好一点。
请问他提供什么样的装潢跟舒适？
什么样装潢和什么样舒适度嘛？一定有垫子，小
垫子，
地上也有
小兵，幼儿园，
这比人家宿舍还不如。这比男生宿舍还。
厕所，男女分开哦。
有几个？男女轮流上会去。
对啊。
又怎么样？
好，我们还有那个Dyson 的烘手机。我跟你讲，我们还有那个恒温的那个马桶坐垫，然后里面还有淋浴间。
网咖。连网咖都有。
淋浴间，然后厕所里面还有电视哦。
厕所里面。
里面还有电视，80寸的。对。
厕所好大。
80寸的哦，80寸的淋浴间，然后所有沐浴乳什么都附，然后牙刷什么吹风机什么都有，外面小冰。
多大？整家外面那个多大？
啊，200多
厕所，200多平，里面活动中心吗？
不行，150不行。
200多平150嘛，1 算人头的。
它有点像是什么背包客这个公共空间的感觉。
对，但是你要付钱。
对，我要付钱。
但说真的，买那个洗澡体验跟大便体验，还有，如果是背包客的话，我可能会考虑全面休息。
啊，懂，聪明，
确实
聪明。但如果你是背包客的话，加钱。如果你是背包客的话，我会有一个，你的背包要加钱吧？
你到底有没有让人进去？
先不讲道德问题，这样做真不违法吗？各种的觉得不合理的东西，你都把它拿出来。
啊，那再退一步，不是退一步，我直接换一个，问你们，对不起，这个有点小的微妙哈。
我们要设简介点的吗？
那个叫做乐龄85咖啡店，
请解释。
就是所有的服务员都是85岁以上。
哦，真的有这
国外有，
真的。
日本，而且我跟你讲，它很有意义，因为它其实
你们不要这样哇坏人好不好？我刚才这样拿来开玩笑的，说它很有意义，然后真的有，我也觉得这个
真的有啊，
我真的有。那 OK， 我说掉的话题，你们讲，你们分享，我不要讲，我要讲。
我分享。
你先讲。所以你跟人家不一样。
没有，不要讲，
不要讲。
没有一样的。我会觉得老年人他们不是什么就业或需要钱的问题，其实他们就是需要有个地方可以跟人家互动，有人需要他，然后不要这样子。
我觉得你们很不是。
所以我原本玩，我觉得
你们想应该是
狂喝饮料，不想讲话。
就是那顾客进去要发大声公文卡那种。一杯冰拿铁。啊？
这样想。天啊！我没有要往这边去哦。真的。
哇塞！你这种责任长相真的是。
真的，满脑子坏的思想。
看到没有？
大家都见证到。最后转移。
看到没有？
那你们刚刚为什么觉得说它好有意义哦？然后怎样？
因为真的有这张。
我把我打入地狱。
而且它最特别的是，它就标榜说，客人进来你点了之后拿到的分不会是你原本点的。
哦，
对，
还是可爱啦。
对，因为他们就是找一些可能失智，但是还有行为能力，其实还是不错
真的，我想看电视报的。
你高雄有？
对。
你高雄就有。
我看过。
70岁以上。哦。
而且我觉得发现一件事，就是你点了一杯咖啡，他说，来这个油分油饭拿去吃，然后
好棒
自己在家里做这个饼干，你把它拿去吃，这时候做饼是不要钱呐。然后说全部都是你没有点的，很好吃的东西，然后你没吃完说多吃一点，那你太瘦了啦，多吃一点。
真的，我想去啊，被你介绍，这是我那个老公这样。
你不要这样。
什么啦？拿照片啊，相簿是不行是不是啊？很奇怪。你这样，
我还拿下来了。你可以拿手机给他看，为什么一定要抱着他的遗照？
你们又误解我了哦。
这样子而已。
没有哦，我们相簿。
你的陷阱都太明显。
真的
就是。
这样。
好呀。
我要不跟你讲话。
你刚才就是拿着捕鼠器在我们面前这样，把手伸起来，把手伸起来这样。
当别人决定要跟你共业的时候，你就逃开。你是什么耳是不是？很可怕。
对，那总之这种咖啡店以后我们去工作了。
对。
我们在大概30年
对就可以了。
在有30年的之前准备。
还有很多人想要讲曼德斯咖啡厅啊。
哦，好吵哦。
其实咖啡厅他们讲小时候才来吧，我觉得。
又不好喝又。
对呀，又是不是搞错了？以后一个 OK 啊。
不停的装傻。
对呀。为什么威士忌被装啊？而且还漏嘞。
好累。
里面全都咖啡豆，特调咖。对啊。给我多好冲好啊！
当然没有错，加水，咖啡豆加水，糟糕的店员而已啊。
从这家店里看都会超累的样子。
对啊。
换是店员谁插头啊？
我预设他是几个员工嘛？
没有人是。
我没有提供插头。
但我从来没有机会去过，但我觉得推荐大家可以去一下。有机会的话，像猫头鹰啊，这次还有去什么那个猪猪，还有那个水獭，水獭嘛，水獭类型，而且它都在日本，在东京嘛。我真的想要去，为了这个我可以去。
但是你想要去的本来都是去的那种。
不然呢？爆吗？花爆吗？花爆吗？
对啊，就是他们在后面，然后一般人竖起来，然后就
要练习，
已经趴地了，然后脚在准备要冲刺了，
对啊，冲过去的时候，抢着你桌上提拉米苏这样子，
只想吃。
但有一些那个从花厅，我觉得更有意思，因为它会找一些流浪动物，它就是收容地，然后让。
可是这样真的可以坐台吗？因为通常在外面流浪，
它标榜的就是自己的罐罐自己赚。当然它都是已经有培育过，然后有一家是专门都是黑猫啊，然后他们的那个有名目嘛，看不出来谁是谁。
说真的，我是说真的，人类的善心可以用在流浪的动物身上，流浪猫身上。
你要说什么？
我只是说人类的善心可以用在这边，但为什么没有用在别的地方？没事。对。怎么了？
我是说打几手，我也知道你要打，没有啊，我已经球棒应该调的位置了。
你搞错，我真的不是投手啊，我在外野。你搞错，我只是观众而已。
那个人说他想接球，有机会出国真的想要去，而且现在刚过完年嘛，大家其实很多人都出国刚回来啦。
好爽哦，没有出国，
但是可以安排之后连假可以出国。
你说我们之后的埃及的这个
埃及啊，说明埃及说有埃及猫的咖啡厅，这一种对不对？
那我们去埃及了。
埃及猫咖啡厅好棒。
对，无毛猫了，无皮猫，辛苦了好不好？无皮猫。
有一两只在猫咪咖啡里面。
哦，有这种。
我脑袋还是刚刚吗？
无皮猫，肌肉都看得到。哦，像个超巨大巨人一样，肌肉纹理都在外面。
不好意思，毛，对。
啊，但是如果说要安排出国的话，你一定需要炒股知道那些东西。
对啊，
当然
有猫咖啡，
没有网络真的在国外活不了啊。
对啊，那我们真的好心啊。
对，
好心什么？
对啊，我们要推荐大家一个好东西。
哦，对，我们有用过那个 7-Eleven，真的是非常好用。
是真的。
之前一推再推，今天还是要再推一次。
对，因为他们很相信我们的推广能力。
那我们的确是实际用户。我们之前去冲绳啊，然后我带家人出国啊，你带家人出国，基本上
本也有用。
对，都是用 7-Eleven。
对，因为以前我去欧洲的时候，就是那时候还 eSIM 不发达，然后我真的有在当地买 SIM 卡，然后还要换 SIM 卡，然后实际换自己 SIM 卡很麻烦嘛。
对，要骗真，然后
对，然后第二个是说语言沟通很麻烦，然后第三个是其实欧洲有一些城市的大车站，其实真的是会有那个诈骗的事。对，就很麻烦，所以其实有了这种eSIM，然后直接在 APP 里面就是可以购买，而且不管去到哪个国家，基本上都用同一个这个号码，所以其实很方便，现在很方便，买流量很方便，然后也不用担心我刚刚说的问题。
对，我觉得最棒的是可以监测你的流量使用。
是，
对，你需要的时候在家买就好。
我很喜欢监测流量，每几秒钟我就想监测一次。
对，
什么意思？
每几秒钟。
这是焦虑症。
对，但有了这个东西，你就不用焦虑。
对，因为随时都可以在沟通。
对，以前都会想说要买吃到饱，几天吃到饱
啊，对，
今天根本用不到那么多次，就是不爱。对，那它在 App 里面，它其实可以随时加购，
是
又不用一次买很多。因为像我说真的，我可能一次旅行用个1-2句就差不多了。但我以前都会买到什么5天、7天吃到饱。
对，我也是这种类型。
对，价格就会变得高很多啦。所以建议大家可以做这件事情。然后它的安装方法也非常简单，就是在台湾现在里面打安装 App 之后，你设定你要去哪一天，在国外打开的时候，然后它很快就把它设定好你的意思，就可以使用。然后它的范围其实很广，就比如说你不只是像日本啊、美国啊、英国啊
200多个国家
，200多地区都是可以使用的，
所以全世界的只要主流的观光区域都没有问题的。而且
打破概念的。
而且有一次我带我妈去日本，然后因为流量嘛，然后我也要分享 生是他要在台湾看他们台湾有的网站，因为他有时候还是想上课，然后其实他就可以用他们自己内建的 VPN。
哦，对，他们还有 VPN。
对，然后就可以用这种方式，然后去看到台湾台湾的 IP 才看到的东西，然后这个也是很方便的。
所以它是 Nord 的平台嘛，所以它本身做防人事，然后它的恶意广告的系统做得这样。
广告流量有时候你不小心被挡到，其实好像只有20%，
也会吃
20%流量，这都是可以帮助你节省流量的一些工具，它都会这样子。
是的，那现在呢，就是我们达康呢有个折扣嘛，大家
有出码孔
对，我们 QR code 现在会显示在画面上。好了，只要输入 COM1就可以有85折的优惠
，85折很多了，
就是很多。
对啊。
然后 City eSIM 如果大家呢现在开始规划下一次旅行的时候呢，就可以考虑来使用这 City eSIM 了。
没错。
之前因为我妈跟我妹的手机有发生过，它没有办法使用状况。可是你在安装 App 的时候，它其实就会告诉你。
有那个 eSIM 功能嘛，
你没有办法使用这个 eSIM 的功能。
对。那现在这个是你这几年买的手机都应该会有。
应该会有啦，但是它至少它做的这防护机制让你不会觉得，买下去之后结果不能用。
对啊。
至少会在买之前就知道这个事情。
很多贴心的选择，方便使用，推荐给大家。
知道 Sally eSIM 请大家考虑一下。好
嘞。
下一题，1比丫丫，1比丫，女性，23到30岁。之前有看过一个测试反社会人格的问题。
哦。
对的。如果你跟一个
这2个字怎么写的？
他自己做营销。
如果你跟一个陌生人同时捡到100块美金，
啊，
对方有如何分配的提案权，但你有否决权，而且只有一次机会，就别人可以提案说怎么分，但你有否决权，而且只有一次机会，等于如果你否决了对方的提案，你们2个人都拿不到钱，对，没有办法交涉哦，没办法交涉。这时对方提议他拿99元美金，你拿1元美金，你会接受这个提案，还是否决这个提案？我先讲到这边，因为它有防雷线，下面是答案。对，所以下面是分析。
那提议的人傻，是不是？
但是他就是赌啊，反正你接受，你要不就拿到1块美金，要不就是我们2个都拿不到。但如果你说要，我就不拿99美金。
哦，你是否决？
我觉得是否决派的，而且那钱本来就不是我们的，他是捡到的，我跟他一起捡到。
对，你跟他一起捡。
没有购物嘛，你不知道讲出来。
为什么你不是把钱拿去警察局或者是？
对啊，所以我会否决他。我现在正在第一条线说，我拿99。
你有否决权哦，不是提案权哦。
对，提案是他提的。
对，所以你只能拿到1块。
没有，所以我不管他提什么，我不会说不要。可能。
那你不要之后呢？2个人都没有拿到之后。
我觉得拿去警察。
你为什么不当下跟他说应该想要就是你不用参与这个游戏啊？
这是一个测验，它还有这个前提存在。
你是说他前提就是这个？
对，他前提就是这个。那个假定那个世界长这样子。对，他没有其他，如果其他支线的话，
不是支线
要抓他。
我说第一时间应该就要跟他说这件事了吧？
哦，你是这种的。
对，100块美金。
所以你对于这题你的回答是？
我的回答吗？
对啊。
我的回答是，我的回答吗？我的回答，我会说，我诚实会说，你要不要再想想看，99和1这个比例是对的吗？
可是它是不能交涉啊，就你有否决跟拒绝，你有否决跟同意，
我只能否决或同意。
对，在这个假设里，
丑他妈！
不是丑他，是丑他妈。
不是，我会说为什么我只有否决权啊？
对啊，我们先搞清楚，这个整个状态是一个测验，心理测验。
但是
我们先不要否定题目本身，我们先跟着这个题目来作答。
那你就很奇怪吗？
对，他没有道理。他没有知道人生有太多没有道理的事情会发生
就是
可能是其中一件。
但是这种想法就让我们人生会一直停留在我们不想要它是那个样子那个样子，我们必须要让它去改变，成为更好的样子。
我告诉你 ，OK， 这个情境状态就是 有一个人拿了一把枪，咔嚓咔嚓，
哦，
然后他指着你们两个，
他有枪，
另外这是第三个人，
还要分我1块钱。
没有，这是第三个人，另外旁边的人，
他有2把枪，
然后说现在那一把来，我要猜答，你来说出这个分配的方式是什么？
哦，
你只有接受或否决的权利，然后
否决，然后你们2个拿不到钱，
我有，
我觉得你两个都拿不到钱，接受的话就这样。
然后再讲任何一句废话，你们2个都得死。
你现在懂这个心情了吗？
但我会赌，赌说你有种你就开枪，你有种，
你那句话都还没讲出来，他已经开枪了。
我没有讲话，我真的走向他的那个枪，对不对？然后这样抓他，然后这样抓他的手。
为了$100吧？他不是100万美金
当你踏出左脚的时候，哪一句 bang 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 3枪了？
啊，
是100美金。
好，我必须在2择1，对吧？2择1，
这个测验不是你的人生，不要那么紧张。
但我告诉你，我2择1就代表说我要选1或2嘛，对吧？但是在我选什么时候选，多久之后选，是我的自由嘛。
听起来说这个，
对，是。
那我就慢慢想啊。
哦，可以啊。
我跟他僵持到他受不了啊，他就说好，60-40好不好？我想够久，我看他愿不愿意用时间换金钱嘛。
哦，自爆式的方法。
没有，好，我回答问题。
确实，
我觉得
我觉得他这个还蛮屌，他用沉默这件事情，
对啊
沉默
我有犯规吗？
没有，这没有犯规，
没有犯规啊
这，合理。
是蛮
我会这样子沉默的时候，他说，
他的确没说他不能重新提案。
对啊，你再说一次，如果你是那个99，你跟我说那句话，
99.991块，看你要不要。
你99，
对，
我1块，
双向冲。
我们一起捡到的嘛，我不要再理解，我们一起捡到的，
对，
然后99我1块，
对，
1块就是1块，99是1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8、9、10、11，我1块。
第3个有个手。
为什么第3个明明就没有第4个人？对啊，我用这种方式我也会要到我要的。只有2个人的话，我会在每一个10块的时候，我停下来说5块哦，11。
他数完会说你数完4哦，我再确认一次吧。1，
为什么没有？
为什么？我否决。你都不要拿了，这浪费时间游戏都不要，这才妈100块美金而已。
好了，认真讲，只为了题目讲，
只会题目。一样。
好吧？我觉得我还是跟哈利一样，
否决。
否决。
我会同意。
你会同意啊？
对啊。
可能你会上铐了。
因为后面
我没有。
这个手枪的人的后面还有一个枪。
现在没有讲这是违法性。
你会拿1块钱你也拿，人家拿99块。
可是对我来说，这是一个我有拿到或我不会拿到的情境。
那个钱如果是你先看到的，
因为在这个情况下，已经不用考虑这个前提了。
总之
他的结论就是，这个局的结论就是，对你而言，对你自己而言，你要么就拿到1个，你要么就什么都拿不到。
那我理解一下陈天堂的逻辑，所以你认为就像这个钱，就是你们一起发现，然后当他跟你僵持的时候，然后他说99，然后给你1，然后觉得反正不拿白不拿，
因为不爽没有用嘛，规则长这样。
那就是达到我们目前我们所有赚的钱。
我告诉你，
没有这样说，你只能否决我的提议，
知道吗？这就是不是现实世界。如果是现实世界的话，他一定有别条路可以走，但这不是现实世界。
我不会这么过分，我说98和2，好不好？98和2。
所以这还有其他，就先请好律师，请他
怎么了？
律师。
没有，我在理解他。对不对？ 走出侧门，然后看到地上，好，有哇，1万块，1万块，一起发现。我说我要9999，给你1块钱，
没问题啊。
你要去换钱哦，
什么意思
1000万换开啊，你要换，
对啊。
你有病，
那我怎样换？
你有病，
我也换那1块，我要去警察局。
好，
我刚刚捡到1万块钱，然后有人把99
少的提升自己的好人形象，
拿走了，然后警察先生，我觉得他这样行为不对。
一边当好人，一边又做糟糕的事。
那这叫做何瑞看他住在地址是哪里，然后他几点才会出现在那个地方。我觉得这件事情请他好好处理。然后就来到公司就，他警察这边
对对对。
发现是现实世界我就会怎么做？接受，然后
因为是我，你知道吗？
谁呼呼哎？
因为是我，如果是陌生人，应该就不是。
我觉得你们俩基本上对我来说是半斤八两，都谁呼呼到不行。
你怎么那
我很干脆啊，我就不要。那本来就不是我的，而且拿1块钱很烤窑。
对哦，可是9999跟1块钱已经不是99比1了，是9999。
可是如果否决2个人都没拿到，2个人都没有好处啊。
没关系啊，我看不惯那个人，我知道他。
对，很多人是这个心情吧，就是2个人都上没水喝啊。哦，2个和尚抢水喝啊，3个和尚没水喝。
因为就会是一个你什么样的居心，你会觉得这样子。
4个和尚会挖井，5个和尚来挑水。
7个和尚盖大象。
问头流了，等一下，说是不是逻辑啊？
7个和尚，
成立了什么宗教？
就会出现一个宗教法律。
好，所以刚刚这个游戏的分析到底。
我要讲答案了。我也还没看过。如果选择否决提案，你是正常人，因为你在乎公平性。
对啊。
哦，你们是正常人。如果选择接受提案，你可能有反社会人格。因为你不在乎公平性，你只在乎哪个选择可以让自己得到更多利益。而且接受提案可以得到$1，比否决提案拿不到钱有更大的利益。反社会人。
但是这个题目出题者才是反社会人。
对啊。
那$100如果是一个阿妈去买药的钱，都没有想过这件事情吗？那100块钱真的是你的吗？
阿妈现在在巷口正在找这100块。
啊，他要拿去买那些海洛因，他要这个钱。
阿妈吗？
那讲懂的意思。
哦，这个。
那是金刚讲懂哦。
这个钱那对啊，对吧？还是拿着好。好。
结果我是有反社会人格，他反而是没有那个。
对啊，好妙哦。
这样 FBI 就出现很多了。
不可能啊！律师犯罪。好烂的英文啊！你不是英文还不错吗？
这是什么儿童腔还是什么腔？
你刚刚说短。
对，说有一个很
长。
说台湾那个是喵一些用后入力高。我听过嘞，你讲啥？
好不好？自以为是 FBI 而已。
大概是这个感觉啦。但是这个前提的确就是个极限性。
对啊。
很值得思考啊。
是真的是个问题吗？那是要这样确认一下哦。大家都挂着说这可以测试反社会人格的题目，但其实说不定都是乱出。
可是你想嘛，如果他们就捡到1亿，然后你可以分1000。
我帮你捡到1亿是不要说会的，因为1亿就是你会被他绊倒，然后你倒一万翻在那堆钱上面嘛，对吧？差不多哦。如果他不平的话，是1亿。
你看1亿，
你好，你不要说
拿1000万，
你50万1叠好了，都是一面墙吧？
对，我觉得这个换那个数字我可能会动。
1亿就是这样子，对不起，我想象不出来。
这个币它不是你的那个，
账号密码。
对，它就是你的那个金条。
叫暴跌，
他们捡到，
暴跌到6万了。
对，钱没有多少。我的意思是，他们现价，他拿9000万，那你可以拿上1000万。我可能就会换答案，因为刚刚的问题是99块美金跟1块美金。
要不要都没差。
对。
对。
这是人性的问题。
所以1亿啊，比如说他价
1亿美金哦。
掉了，1亿美金，你这样，这是军购了吧？1亿美，然后你要分到多少？
就是
1000万美金。
好，就分到
1亿跟1000万美金是1%吗？
没有啊
，1亿跟1000万
没有啊
，1亿的
10千万就是1亿啦，10千万。
所以其实孩子你还好吗？我可以分到1000万，那个人9000万，加起来是1亿。
那你在说什么？所以是1/10哦，他刚刚是1%哦，所以你只能分到100万美金，就是他是1亿，你可以分到100万美金。100万美金就是多少？3000多万台币耶！
可以。
但是他拿着99，99,900万美金走哎，900，不要90，900万美金走哎，
是我数学不好。
啊，你还是可以接受啊。虽然你真的会获得将近3000多万，然后如果也不用缴税的话，3000多万。
对啊，是不是去抢劫他？
有税的问题吗？不是，
是不是去抢劫他？
这没有。
趁着半夜，然后到他家，然后翻箱倒柜找到那个金钥匙。
确定他可以拿走那么多钱，他不会请保镖吗？
他不会请一个保镖，他会请一整队的。
但是哈利的意思是说，如果金额变大了，
对啊，其实会动。
我还是会这样说。如果是在这种很单纯的游戏规则下，我还是会这么说。
见到1亿，
反正我也拿不动跟9900，我虽然拿走那个1500、100万，然后
美金。
哎，其实我真的是觉得数字对不起他，
我家是做会计的，对不起爸爸妈妈。
那我想问，那你呢？
我吗？
对啊。
说这个价格吗？
对啊。
1亿美金吗？
美金。
我跟他杠上了。
对啊，马上这个人。
我当然说，哎，
选择接受或者是否决。
我告诉你，我忘了，如果我拿这1亿，我分了一半。
就对拿上去。
对啊。
好啊。
对啊。对不对？
不好意思。
哎，我可以直接分你一半，我可以帮你认60%，就最多拿到最高。
渔翁得利。
怎么会讲这个？那这钱我更怕了，越大的钱我越怕，因为我会想事情会死。对啊，如果毒枭来找你怎么办？
怎么跟毒枭？
好，要不然那是人家绑架犯拿了钱，然后那是人家被绑的家人好不容易筹出来的钱，然后就被你拿走了耶。
容易设计出他的目的。
对吧？
就是在做。这样要考虑到现实情况的话呢，是不会发生这样的事情，很难的。以我们的胆量而言呢，你绝对不敢去拿任何的这样。
但说实在，
包括100块美金，你是不会去拿啊。
理解。那好，就是纯粹是个游戏，如果这么大的钱的话，我还是会。
为什么？公平性问题。
就是对啊，你谁啊？
这样。
对啊，你想想看，你是谁？一个5、6岁流鼻涕的小弟弟，9900万美金是我的，人1000万，哎不对，100万美金是你的，这样怎么办？
我真的觉得会做这种比例分配，就是小朋友才会做的事。讲出这么离谱。
我是说，如果是一个小朋友，哇，这个路转，我们一起发现的，那我跟你说啦，怎样，然后这样分我，你谁啊？而且如果是当时有一个人要分的话，可以，黑车是一个人，然后吃素的，然后这样子，然后下一个车在后面，然后这样子说，啊，我会觉得这样，
惹不起。哦，所以终究是不是那个当下的决定问题，而是之后能不能把这个人弄掉了。
我也不会弄掉小朋友。
之后这个人会不会把你弄掉？哦，所以之后才是重点。当下反正就是先同意或不同意，先同意你才拿到钱嘛，然后才有办法想办法从你那边拿到钱。
我发现我没有办法这个。
为什么我玩心理游戏这么累？
原来我真的怎么样都会假设这个状况。
也会扩展这个剧情。 你简直可以发展一部戏。
你以前考试是不是很累？
对啊，
老师怎么会出这种？
太后世了吧？
这个历史，它可能是因为这个你
考卷的磅数怎么会用这个磅数呢？一写就透过去啊，对不对？后面都看
谁会管？
而且名字栏为什么要这么闪？
我跟你讲，
哇，什么歌手啊，歌手啊，
对于考卷，我只会在意那种，今天的答案 B 也太多吧，或者是全部都是 C 的时候，你就会觉得
可以。
我是买这种，我只会在意这种事，好不好？
这个也是老师出题的小趣味。
变态。
或者一个连续的 C， 看他们会不会起。
对，我觉得最狠的就是从第一题开始就是 A， 正确答案就是 A， 然后 A B A B A 就开始，要让我看后面的，为什么都是 A， 会不会有陷阱？
但是像你这样的人，搞不好你到这时候就判断出来，你根本不用看题目，直接写 A。
然后我完全没有那么聪明看大的，我会被他吊起来去过检查。
我也会，我觉得很可疑。我觉得全部用猜。你要这样玩就是啊，都是 A， 都是 A， 好开心了吗？你开心了吗？
考超好的，考超好的。
那你如果是老师的话，你出题，你会想要找到一点自己的小趣味，比如说，我就编个和弦在里面，就里面 B A C， 然后大家同学就会发现这是哪一首曲子哦。
说真的，如果有这个老师，我会很开心，因为我会觉得他在跟我讲答案的时候，然后他说你们用其他答案看，写出来了吗？然后我就会不说，可是我不情愿，所以我弹出来那个从最小。老师说是一首音乐，他回家弹给妈妈听，什么歌啊？啊，32分当歌啊！
你的不是曲子，
对啊，
答案才是曲子。
对啊，
还是有这层面的问题。但你知道这些答案就可以弹出来了。
对，
我觉得这首曲子要这样弹啊。那下次如果你懂吉他的话，就可以依着这个老师用和弦逻辑讲。
就是前一个小节听出来之后，就唰唰出来。
这个和弦的行进不合逻辑。
那之后我就会开始想它是哪一首歌，然后写答案。
对啊。
下一张。
对，但至少你知识没学到，
学到
学
啊，这个还蛮有趣。说实在是个创意教学，只是我可以接受的。这老师很可爱，对，但是会不会被学校抗议？
对，绝对会啊。我觉得他待一个月。
我记得以前老师都会引进那个入围考场，就是要出题目啊，还是什么？他们要出题啊，出考卷给你。
啊。
对，他们要选历届的考古题啊，怎么样，然后混在一起，然后就出新的题目。
对啊。
对啊，我只是很好奇那些老师的那部分的工作是不是很辛苦？
很辛苦啊，绝对很辛苦啊，因为他们要考虑到整个题目的平衡，然后每个在这个层面领域他都要考到。
我是当时老师就是学了一个东西，我教你而已，照课本教你，但是出题是完全不同概念。就是
出题是，
虽然我懂这个数学逻辑的话，
所以有时候就会有一些恶趣味的老师在里面啊，就是比如说出现很多的时速高速的时速
啊，
这个很屌，或者是小明买了300多颗西瓜回家，还是不知道怎么带回去
的，
但是就很酷。
对，他就放一点这种小趣味，希望学生可以开心。有很多数学应用题会有什么办对他走起路要休息一下，请他走路来到。
爸爸72岁了，然后娶了一个32岁的新妈妈，然后家里有一个高龄93岁的阿嬷和94岁的阿公。那请问这个家里面所有的年龄加起来，扣掉原本的妈妈52岁妈妈是多少？
好过分哦，爸爸！
你尽量不要在题里面传达出这种适合的感觉。
这不会是有创意吧？这写这个数学题，
创意太硬了，
读取到一些东西。
不要这样。
你先不要污染这些孩子，
没有污染。
有些孩子家里真的有这状况。
对。
他们在家里看到说我是读书
啊，
我是不然来
它是个数学题。
对，但它是个应用题，知道应用题什么意思吗？应用在 生活当中的数学。
天哪，你们如果当老师出考题，超可怕的。
才不会，我们本来就不能用那种逻辑去设
对啊，
计好不好。
如果是数学考题，一定都是学生怎么算都算不出来，很前置的架构就已经有问题。
所以自由生说，直接大出轨。大家送问题哦，送问题哦。
我们现在考虑一个最根本的事情，为什么我会去当数学老师？你这种人是没办法当数学老师的吧？
因为你没有路走，然后你凭着会计师
那就是我没有路走的其中一条路，你知道
你是
吗？
从后门进去。
走，被爸爸妈妈姐姐写了很多推荐函，说
对。
我们家会计师家，而且也有数学不好，走后门进去。
我们家势力这么大的话，那为什么不让我不要赚钱就好了呢？
你的那个皮带这边都还插着那个算珠，算。
这个已经有 AI 的时代了。
对对对，你是数学老师，正走在那个教室走廊，看下去，
音乐家嘛。
然后上课的时候就把这个算盘啪放在桌上，唰。所以我觉得数学要好好学，啊，将来是要出息，不开上课，但是我们
我想要发现过海洋，溜着那个算盘出去，然后数学超难，但是我很会打算盘，很会打而已，
然后很会打，
我不会算，但是我打起来很有气势。来，我们看这一点，好，
那个同学多少？
对啊，一定叫同学上来，然后同学
给
上来之后
了一个，
就拿那个智慧型手机啊，然后就直接拍照，用智慧型甩，然后就找打在
手上在干嘛？
好 OK 哦，好 OK 啊，不过来我们
掺杂在里面。
好厉害！多少开根号？
手机开无声，好，不好了，好这个，好，大家看到没有？就是好。
连这都不会念。
眼睛吧，都不过眼睛吧，那种可以看得到。
好，为什么要这样？好了，想一下
一直放。
想一下，老师，
往下看，往下看。
连不到讯号。
老师窗边想
然后就顶楼，想一下。
莫名其妙一直往外看，这样。
好。
来，同学手机开分享一下好不好？没关系，手机可以拿回去，手机拿回去开分享。班长，你手机拿回去开分享，快点。
老师出来了。
好想上手老师。
太明显被看穿了吧？
一定会知道在干嘛。
正向，开始去想要，有这种老师。
对。好了，今天聊不少吧？
不少，不要漏，感觉漏我自己也是蠢。好了，那今天呢，我们就到这地方了。那祝大家这个新年之后呢，过完年了，大家注意一下自己的身体。如果吃多的话，记得稍微再回复一下自己的这个体态以及身体状况。
我这次绝对2公斤，不能出去回来就2，多2。No，
你从现在开始长到那个时候，你过年的时候2公斤，过年的3公斤。
为什么？
缓波，你不要那么急促。
我要瘦回来，不行，我就觉得我过年长容易突然瘦，不行，大家也稍微注意代谢。
对，那就是过年完之后，大家心情呢，大家觉得要稍微提振一下，因为工作了，大家都一样，所以我们一起加油，好吗？
来，
好了，那我们如果喜欢我们的节目的话呢，请追踪、订阅以及分享。那如果喜欢好好打康节目的话，我们会员频道里面有更多好好打康内容是没有在免费频道里面的。那如果大家有兴趣的话呢，欢迎加入会员频道，
欢迎啦，来了。
我们今天的打开的阳光结束了，大家拜拜，
拜拜，拜拜。
哇，我真的觉得我最近漫才圈里面越来越多人啦。
他是做漫才的表演者朋友们越来越多，
没错，
真的是很多人。你看，连日本人都混进来了，这个样子，
没有混进来，
很喜
他们已经来台湾耕耘了10几年了，好不好？不过随着这圈子里面的人越来越多，其实我开始常在想一个问题。
关于展望未来漫才圈，对，
我常在想说，我们
Okay, fuck. Fuck. You get so bro.
Hey, good morning, YouTube. Today we're going to quickly look at a
请问有帅
多久？ 对，很接吧。这样，这样，这样，看到这样。
been trying for 3 freaking weeks to get this to work correctly, and in the process, I think I have made every freaking mistake that you could make while setting up a compass with iNav. I want you to be with me while we test it out and see if I finally fixed it. Yes, you don't know why, but the fact that the 2 numbers are roughly lining up correctly is good. It means things are working. You'll learn why by the end of the video. Position hold in 3, 2, 1, go. Yes, it's position holding. Freaking yes! Return to home. It's working. It's freaking working. I freaking did it. I freaking did it. Oh, I gotta land. This is my iFlight Chimera 7 Pro, and I recently converted it from Betaflight firmware, which is really good at acro flying and racing, over to iNav firmware, which is really good at the type of GPS-assisted autonomous flying that a 7-inch long-range cruiser is supposed to be good at. But when I tried to do the kind of long-range GPS-assisted autonomous flying that it's supposed to be good at, it wasn't. In fact, it was really bad at it. We're going to enter cruise mode. What the F is that? That was weird. Let's try it again. Cruise. What is it doing? It's whacked out. Let's try pause hold. What are you doing? That's not pause hold either. The reason that my iNav quadcopter flew so freaking bad in any of the GPS-assisted modes doesn't actually have anything to do with the GPS at all. It has to do with the compass. And if you set up an iNav bird and you don't know how to get the compass working right, and especially if you're coming from Betaflight, where the bird was, Betaflight doesn't use it. I mean, it kind of uses the compass, but it doesn't really use the compass that much. And that's why Betaflight is so bad. Well, one of the reasons why it's so bad at GPS-assisted flight. If you're coming to iNav, you need to set the compass up right. And the instructions I gave you in the previous video, where we calibrated and we aligned the compass, that's not enough. There's more you gotta do to get your compass working right with iNav, and that's what we're gonna do in this video. I'm Joshua Bardwell. You're gonna learn something today. Before I show you how I got my compass working right, I want to show you how I recognized that my compass isn't working right. Because, especially as I'm not that experienced with iNav, I wasn't really clear on what is a normal variation and what is, whoa, that's crazy. In order to demonstrate this, I've got this quadcopter just sitting still, and the compass is reading 341 degrees. And it should stand to reason that as long as the quadcopter doesn't move, that heading shouldn't change. But if I just take this battery and plug it in, and then I place this battery on the top plate in its intended location, what is happening to our heading? It's going crazy. It's down to 315 degrees, 314 degrees, 312 degrees, 311 degrees. It's, who knows where it's going to stop. I've seen compasses swing as much as 180 degrees. And so the first thing you need to check in order to tell if your compass is working right is the compass moving when the quadcopter isn't actually moving? And if it is, something ain't right. What isn't right? More about that in a minute. And that same test is going to hold true when we actually try to fly the quad. So right now, we're facing roughly somewhere between north and east, but if I arm the quad, do you see that I'm not even moving, and the compass is starting to shift? And if I take off and fly, if I fly in a straight line, I shouldn't see any movement of the compass. And yet, as I raise the throttle, you see that the compass shifts, even though the quadcopter is not shifting really at all. In order to make sure that your compass is working correctly, number one, set the quadcopter down, plug in the battery, and look at the compass. And you've already checked the alignment of the compass, so if it says it's facing north, it should be facing north. But the number one thing you're going to look for is not the alignment itself, but the stability. If the quadcopter is sitting still and the compass is slowly drifting, even a small amount, that's a problem, and it means that your quad isn't going to fly right in the GPS. 5 inches having prop wash when I drop the throttle. Yeah, that's what when prop wash happens. What should you do about it? How can you tune out prop wash? The first thing you got to do at Acaveli 14 is you have to make sure that the quad is mechanically sound. Make sure that there are no loose screws. Make sure that none of your frame plates are cracked. None of that stuff. Your flight controller is securely mounted and soft mounted and so forth. Okay? Once it's mechanically sound, the next thing you should do is, you should put Betaflight 4.3 on it, if at all possible, because it's one of the best flying Betaflights today. Then, you're going to want to make sure you have RPM filtering enabled, okay? So if your ESC doesn't support RPM filtering, like you have a BLHeli S ESC, flash BlueJ onto it. If you have BLHeli 32, then you're good to go. Okay. Now, at that point, what I would suggest you try, let me start up Betaflight here real quick. At that point, what I would do is I would go to PID tuning, I would go to filter settings, and I would start by disabling gyro low pass 2. I just turn that right off. As long as RPM filter is on, you can almost always do that safely. And I would go fly and see if my quad flew badly or if I had hot motors. Anytime you're turning off filtering, you just want to go a little bit at a time and see if your quad starts to the motors sound trilly, if the motors sound rough, if the quad starts going tick 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 like that. If the motors are hot, all these things mean you've gone too far. But I would start by turning off gyro low pass 2, and then I would work these filter sliders to the right, and I find that you can usually go to 1.2 or 1.3 without issue as long as your quad is mechanically sound, right? But once I got them to a point where, like if I raised them to 1.5 and the quad started to kind of behave badly, the motors sounded rough, maybe the motors were getting a little hot, I'd back it down a little bit. And I'd find the minimum amount of filtering I could get away with. Now, some people would say, well, why don't you turn off gyro low pass 1? Whoa, let's be reasonable here. Some people would say, what about turning off the D-term low pass? Some people might get away with that. In my experience, that's usually not enough gain for the risk. I could usually get a pretty good flying quadcopter with settings something like this. And then when I was done with that, we could go to the PID tuning tab. And usually, actually on Betaflight 4.3, the default PIDs are actually super good. It used to be on 4.2 that I would like raise the master multiplier or maybe raise the tracking and the D max. I gotta tell you, on Betaflight 4.3, the defaults are actually really good for a lot of setups. But if you're getting a lot of prop wash oscillation, you could try cranking the D gain a little bit, maybe, and see, and probably get a pretty good prop wash handling by following that general step. Obviously, this is not a PID tuning live stream tutorial, so. Why gyro LPF2 off, says Brandon Beans. Brandon, it's my opinion, and I think there are some other folks out there like Mark Spatz or Chris Rosser who agree with me, although I don't want to put words in their mouth if that's not accurate. But it's my opinion that if you have RPM filtering, you can probably turn off gyro low pass 2. And you're not going to get bad effects, bad results. So.
Hello everyone, today we are taking a look at the Happy Model
这只刚出生的小狗头上竟然长了一条小尾巴，看起来就像只小独角兽，好不好看先不说，主人最担心的是这会不会影响狗狗的健康，所以赶紧带它去看医生。医生不建议动手术，但后来发现那小尾巴的末端渐渐变黑了。2个月大时，尾巴根部开始长出毛毛；3个月大时，整条小尾巴已经覆满毛发，额头看起来像鼓起一个小包。如今狗狗长大了，这个特别的小尾巴已经完全成为它身体的一部分，而且一点也没有减省它的可爱模样。这只刚出生的小狗头上竟然长了一条小尾巴。
It's a beautiful day here in the Pacific Northwest, so I've come out to the field to do a bit of freestyle flying. And while I'm at it, I figured it'd be a good chance to test out this new HD0 video receiver module. That's what this is on my goggles. It's white because it's a pre-production sample, but the final one will be black. And Carl says that those should be shipping out really soon, like first week of May, so hopefully we'll see availability in stores after that. And I know that's a big deal for a lot of you guys, which is why I want to give you some information about this receiver. It replaces the Fat Shark SharkBite receiver that's been around for a while, but this has been sold out forever. And so if you've been looking to get one of these, this is going to be your opportunity. It's no longer called SharkBite, it's just HD0, and it's made by DiviMath, but it's totally the same system. So these two modules are mostly the same, but there are some differences, and I want to show you those differences. But before we can do that, I've got to try it out for myself. So I'm going to be testing it on this Twig ET5. For video, this is running the HD0 Micro V2 camera. It's a great camera with a big old lens, so this is kind of as good as the picture quality is going to get. The receiver module does need 4 antennas, has 4 SMA connectors, and you can see I'm going with 4 omnidirectional antennas for today. I'm not going very far. I don't need a lot of penetration and a lot of range, so I'm not going to go with the directional antenna. Just covering the bases with all these differently angled omni antennas is what I'm going to do today. All right, we should be recording, and this is recording from the DVR in the goggles. And so, man, that looks beautiful. The first thing I'll point out is the audio. This new receiver has a built-in microphone, which is a new feature, designed to record ambient sound around the pilot. So that's what you're listening to right now, onboard microphone. Let me know what you guys think. I haven't heard it yet. I'll find out when I get home. But I think it's a really cool addition. It's probably not going to sound great. It's a tiny microphone. It might pick up the wind or the noise of the fan. But just being able to record voice memos or hearing the race director so you know which heat a different clip came from, that would be really great. So that's really cool. I'm glad they added that. And yeah, this is 16:9 on the Micro V2 HD0 camera, and it looks beautiful. For whatever reason, I always get a little bit of breakup around these trees. And you can see a tiny bit of that now, but not a problem at all. This is about what I would expect on the older receiver module. And flying around here in analog, I get a bunch of static too. I don't know why these trees are tiny, but there you go. So yeah, this is looking really good. This is my Twig ET5 build. I love this thing. Power weight is crazy, and it's so agile.
Okay, that was weird. I don't actually know what happened there. This thing just failed right in the middle of the flight. I think it rebooted, actually. So maybe there's a bad power connection. I don't see anything.
That was a bummer about this build. It's one of my favorites, too. I'm definitely going to get this fixed back up again, but it might take some debugging. If you think you might know what the problem is, or you want to take a guess, you can leave a comment down below, and we'll see who's right. But I've learned many times that it is good to have more than one drone when you head to the field, and so drone number 2 is going to be very different. This is my Shutterbug 85 with SharkBite, and the camera in this one, if you can see it, is the Runcam Nano HD. So this one had the Micro V2, this one has the Nano, and you can see it's got a little antenna back here, but it should be fine. We'll test out the receiver some more with this guy. Alright, I'm back at home now. I'm reviewing this footage on the computer, and there's one more clip that I want to leave you with. This is a gentle cruise around the field, just to push the range out a little bit more. I know those trees were super close in, so this is going to push the range out some more. I know it's funny to test the range on the Whoop, but why not? This is the drone that I had. And so I'm flying around the perimeter of this field, hugging the fence line, just in case it goes down, I'll be able to find it over here. But this is not going to be, quote-unquote, long range by any means. I don't really fly super long range, so this is actually a useful test for me because this field represents, approximately the farthest that I fly in any typical situation. So if the video quality holds up in this test at 200 milliwatt with omnidirectional antennas, then that means that that's kind of all that I'm going to need. And in fact, the video is pretty darn clear up here. There's a little bit of jello, that's from the camera. But as far as reception, there's only occasionally little sparkles, and I don't really notice it while I'm flying. What I do notice is that the resolution and the clarity of the image is pretty much constant with this system. It doesn't depend on speed, it doesn't depend on the amount of stuff moving past the camera or anything like that. It's just very consistent, so when I'm flying, it's just really easy for me to stop focusing on the video and just focus on where I'm flying. So you can see, there's a little bit of breakup here, it's not completely perfect, but I am very happy with this result. And in the corner of the field, it was about 400 meters away, if that gives you an idea. This is like a $7 little antenna on the drone and omnidirectional antennas on the goggles. So nothing fancy there. Oh, one other thing I should say about this test, there was another pilot in the air. We were flying together from the same location, but he was staying really in close. And so you can see his 5-inch drone here. And I mention that because his drone was much closer to me in my goggles than my drone when my drone was on the other side of the field. So if there was going to be any interference from this analog drone, then that might have shown up in the result. I don't think it did. We were on different frequencies. There shouldn't be any crosstalk there, but I just wanted to mention it. All right, I'm back at the bench, and I just want to go over these two receivers, talk about some of the similarities and differences that I think might matter to you. And just right off the bat, there's way more similarities than differences, right? Like, these are basically the same. This isn't really like an upgrade per se over the original, although there are some nice features. It's basically to solve the stock problem. These have been out of stock for a long time. So I know a lot of people have been frustrated wanting to get into HD0, haven't been able to get these, and so you should have your chance with these. Like I said before, you can pre-order them now, and those should be shipping out really soon. So hopefully we'll see these in stock before long. As far as the video reception is concerned, you saw what it's like. You can let me know down in the comments if that's what you expect. I think it looks really good. In fact, I think it might be a little bit better than my original, just because I seem to get more breakup on this original one than other people that I would watch on YouTube. I don't know why, but that was my experience. And so this is kind of closer to what I think you should be able to expect from HD0. It's certainly working really well, and I'm happy about that. Most of the differences between these actually come from necessity. Part of the reason these were out of stock for so long was just supply shortage on some of the chips, and so they had to make some adjustments there. And so this one is actually slightly larger. It uses slightly different components. If you can see the thickness there, there is a difference in thickness. That's not great. I'd rather have it thin, but this is not going to be a problem, I don't think. The most significant difference between these two is actually the antennas. The original had two SMA connectors on top for whatever antennas you want to provide, but these white things here are actually right-hand circular polarized patch antennas. So the original came with two patch antennas and you provided your own. The new one, you provide all four antennas. So unfortunately, that is going to add to the total cost of ownership of the new receiver. But I don't know, in today's market, with all the prices being jacked up because of supply shortage, the fact that the receiver itself isn't more expensive, that's at least good news. Now, as far as the antennas, this one you actually could remove the front plate, and some people did that to add SMA connectors, because that lets you add whatever antennas you want if you don't want these patch antennas. And for racers, I know sometimes people did that because when you're racing, they often tell you to use right-hand circular polarized or left-hand. Depending on the race format, you might actually have to change polarity like mid-race if you're moving up a ladder system. I've been at races like that before, so being able to change them more easily is definitely a nice thing. You can see I've got these long stem antennas on the top, and that is what I recommend. It helps get it away from your head, which is full of water and that blocks the signal. But these are not expensive. These are like $12 antennas, I think, from TrueRC. These antennas down here are AXI antennas, but they're rebranded by GetFPV as the Xylo brand. And so these are like $10 antennas as well. Excellent quality antennas. I love using these. I use these on my racing drones as well, but not expensive. So if you're looking for a decent set of Omni antennas for your goggles, I can recommend this combination, and I'll put some links in the video description if that helps you out. Mine is in this white case, but again, the final version will be black. I'll put a picture of it up here with some of the specs, but I believe the physical dimensions and everything are going to be the same, especially the physical dimensions of the back, how it meshes with the goggles is going to be exactly the same as this original one. So if this one can mount on goggles, then the new one can as well. And I know I'm using them on Fat Shark goggles. I know people have used these on Sky Zone and on the Orca goggles, and that can definitely work as well. You can see on mine, I'm using this fan plate up here that comes with it, and then on the back, I just also have some sticky foam tape to just help keep it in place. That's what I've been doing up to this point. You can see this wheel control is exactly the same in the same place. It's not really a wheel, it's really a left button, a right button, and a click. That's how you navigate the menus. But you will see some differences on the bottom with the ports. First of all, right in the middle, you can see the HDMI port, and that runs to the goggles. Should work on any goggles that have HDMI input. One thing I appreciate is the fact that they moved the SD card slot over to the other side. On here, you can see it was right here, which means it was right under this cable. The cable would go right over it. You'd have to kind of push the cable out of the way to get the memory card. Not a big deal, but kind of annoying. Happy to see that they moved it over here. The other two ports on here are for updating firmware and for an ELRS backpack. You can see my HDMI cable actually kind of blocks that one, but presumably that won't be an issue. I'm guessing that they have a different design HDMI cable that they're going to ship with it, but it is definitely close to the HDMI on mine. Another difference is that unfortunately the new one does need more power than the old one. And again, that's just because of different chips that they had to use in this one. The video quality is totally what it should be, but unfortunately it does need a little bit more power. And so that's going to affect your battery life. I'll put the difference in wattage up on the screen. I don't remember that offhand, but that is something to know. You can power this from like a flight battery up to 6S, I think. And so that's what I would recommend. I would not recommend powering it off of like a tiny little goggle pack on the side strap of your goggles, just because you won't get a whole lot of flight time that way. So I think that about wraps it up. If I left anything out or if you have questions, you can leave those down in the comment section below. I'm pretty good at responding to those and happy to talk to you guys. So yeah, let me know what you think about this receiver, if it matches your expectations or if you're excited about this. Or maybe you, like me, are really, really excited about the new goggles that are coming up. HD0 is working on new goggles, and those will be an improvement because without HDMI, the new goggles will actually have even lower latency by syncing directly with the goggles. I personally am very excited about that, but it's going to be a wait. I don't think those will be ready for testing until like mid-summer sometimes, if things go well, and then, you know, who knows how long it'll take to actually come to market. So if you don't want to wait, this is definitely going to be your opportunity. So there you go. I hope this information was helpful. Thanks for watching, and have a great week.
I'm Joshua Bardwell, and you're going to learn something today. It's time to dig into Betaflight 4.0. I've released the Betaflight 4.0 release overview, where I walked you through kind of the big picture of what's different about Betaflight 4.0. Now I'm starting to dive into the individual features. Now, if we want to be able to switch this stuff in flight, we're going to need to do that through the Adjustments tab. The next thing I'm going to need to do is choose a switch and an aux channel to control the OSD profiles. And since there are 3 OSD profiles, it'll make sense to use a 3-position switch, and fortunately, my radio has a ton of them. I'm going to hit the menu button one time, and then page to the mixer screen, and I'm going to look at my channels and see which aux channel I'm not using. And it looks like I'm not using 6, 7, or 8, Actually, I'm using channel 7 for my RSSI, so that one's out. But I can choose 6 or 8. I'm going to use 8, just might not. So then I'm going to long press enter, and that will create a new mix on channel 8. I'm going to go down to the source, and I'm going to press enter one time, and source will begin flashing, and then I'm going to move the switch that I intend to use to switch my OSD profiles, and that will fill in the source right here. And that is all you have to do. It really is just that simple. Now, if I go back to the main screen by hitting exit repeatedly, and then hit page until I get to the channel monitor, you'll see that when I move that switch, channel 8 goes from low to middle to high, and that's all I need to do. And here in the receiver tab, I can verify that aux4 is moving as I move that switch. Now we're going to remember that aux4 is the channel that we're using here. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to the Adjustments tab. If you don't see the Adjustments tab, you may need to go Enable Expert Mode here. In fact, what I'd like to do is click the gear and permanently enable Expert Mode so that it just remembers that in the future. We're going to go to the Adjustments tab, and we're going to create a new adjustment. We're going to say, if enabled, when channel aux4, that's the channel that I assigned the switch to, is in range at the whole range, then apply OSD profile selection using slot 1 via channel aux4. Just trust me, that's the right way to set it up. We'll save that. And what you should see now, if you go to the OSD tab, as you move that lever, as you move that button. Yeah, oh, come on. Do I need to save and reboot? I'm really sure that's correct. I'm getting my goggles out. Yeah, okay. It's working. It's working in the goggles. It's just not working. Now you probably noticed there that the joystick overlay was made up of a bunch of like garbled font characters. Here's the fix for that. In the OSD tab, you're going to hit the font manager button, and you're going to upload. Here's where the goggles out. Yeah, okay. I need to save and reboot. I'm really sure that's correct. I'm getting my goggles out. Yeah. Do I need to save and reboot? I'm really sure that's correct. I'm getting my goggles out. Yeah, okay. It's working. It's working in the goggles. It's just not working. Yeah. Okay. Do I need to save and reboot? I'm really sure that's correct. I'm getting my goggles out. Yeah, okay. It's working. It's working in the goggles. Really sure that's correct. I'm getting my goggles out. Yeah, okay. Just save and reboot. I'm really sure that's correct. I'm getting my goggles out. Yeah, okay. It's working. It's working in the goggles. It's just not working. Now you probably noticed there that the joystick overlay was made up of a bunch of like garbled font characters. Here's the fix for that. In the OSD tab, you're going to hit the font manager button, and you're going to upload this new font to your flight controller. This contains the characters needed to draw the stick overlay. When you do this, you must have your battery plugged into your quad, or the OSD chip will not have power. Without this quad, you have to put the deep depth. Not going to point fine movements in my sticks are doing. Whereas if we compare it to the Brain MPV Graphic OSD, it is much more discreet. So it's like I'll still be doing black box for the time being, but here we go. And that is going to do it for this video, in which we learned how to set.
Alright, today we're going to talk about OSD profiles in Bateflight 4.0. Jack, it can only be at that same location for each profile. So if your RSSI is up here in profile 1, it has to be up there in profile 2. If you like check it on for profile 2 and then move it, and when you go back to profile 1, it's going to be moved to that location. Makes a lot of sense actually, because you should be training your eyes to look to the same locations for the same data. So you kind of should have them all in the same profile. And you can do things like, basically the biggest thing I think this is useful for is you have some GPS or quad, and when you're doing some maybe testing, or maybe doing some fit tuning, or maybe when you're just doing some acro or racing, you have one profile, but then if you're going to do if you have a GPS on there, and you want to do a little bit of longer range flight, you might want to have different data. So I've kind of set that up for that. So you can see here, this is kind of my testing profile, my debugs up top. I have my stick overlays, which is another cool feature. Stick overlays you can add on to there, and just, you know, as you're moving your sticks, you can see the sticks on the screen, record that with your DVR, and go right there. And if you can see, if I can drop this down to profile 2, then the data that's up here that's the same stays in the same position, but then I'm kind of in GPS mode now, right? So I can have my latitude, longitude, and my DVR on, so if I'm going a little farther out and something goes wrong, I at least have lat and long there on the DVR. I have my distance, my direction, my compass, and then my number of satellites. So I wouldn't want to see that normally if I'm just flying in proximity, but if I'm going longer range, switch over to that profile 2. What's great about this feature is you can switch in flight. Now, it's not really apparent how to do that right off the bat. At least it wasn't for me. So I'm going to show you how to do that. My first inclination was to go to modes, but it's not in modes. It's an in-flight adjustment. So if you go to in-flight adjustments right here, and you can see I have it kind of set up already. You have to enable one of the in-flight adjustments. I'm going to use aux4, and aux4 for me is a 3-position switch. So I'm just going to go over to the receivers tab and kind of show you that. So 3-position switch, aux4. This is in the default stick all the way up, or the switch all the way up position, switch all the way in the middle, switch all the way down. You can see I have 3 different positions there. Back to adjustments here. I'm going to use that switch, and then you can see as I move that around here where that's going to move to. So I'm going to span the whole graph here with this slider, and that essentially means that when it's at 1,000, it's going to be profile 1. When it's at 1,500, profile 2. And when it's at 2,000, it's profile 3. The big thing you need to do here is make sure you select this drop down. That essentially means that when the whole graph here with the move to pick 3 different positions there. Back to adjustments here. I'm going to use that switch, and then you can see as I move that around here where that's going to move to. So I'm going to span the whole graph here with this slider, and that essentially means that when it's at 1,000, it's going to be profile 1. When it's at 1,500, it's profile 2. And when it's at 2,000, it's profile 3. The big thing you need to do here is make sure you select this drop down. Just over here, some pictures going to be in the way. You're going to select this drop down here, and then you're going to choose OSD profile selection. Okay. Then you can hit slot 1 and aux4 here again. Make sure you hit save. So you can check out, there's a lot of new elements in here. I think the coolest one I've seen so far is the stick overlay. I really like that. But there's a number of things for GPS, timing. You can have the time show from your trans radio, which would be the actual time. And distance to home, just compass. There's just a whole bunch of stuff. I don't even know what's all new. I'd have to look down through and compare, because some of the stuff I might have just said might have been there for a while. I'm not keeping track. Same in the stats screen. So check them out. They have great descriptions for them all. And obviously, you can put it up on the screen and just check it and see what's new there. So to see it switch, it's really as simple as once you have that set up, you can just flip your switch, and then you can see the new OSD information come up on the other screen, and then go ahead and switch it off if you want to as well. So it's once you have it set up, it's very simple. Okay, well, special thanks to everybody that worked on the OSD additions to Betaflight 4.0. You can see in here, if you go in to the pull requests, PRs, OSD, I just typed as a keyword milestone, Betaflight 4.0, you can look at open or close. There was 85 closed pull requests for changing, refactoring, and adding things to the OSD. So you can go through there and see everything and see who's involved in a lot of this stuff. Okay, well that's it. Thanks everybody, and I hope this helped.
find this video quickly. It's on YouTube. It's in my YouTube history for sure.
It's in the chat.
Thanks, Bloody. You're the best. This is it. So this video is from Niels Vo. And Niels Vo flew the SkyZone 040 Pro goggles. The 040 Pro goggles from SkyZone have been my sort of go-to as a budget analog goggle. And I say that despite the fact that I never reviewed them. I don't think I ever reviewed them. I reviewed the 04X, but not the 040. SkyZone never sent me the 040, as far as I know. And I've searched my channel. If I actually reviewed them and I haven't been able to find that video for some reason, then somebody remind me. But I searched my channel, I didn't see it. Why don't you just remember all the products you've ever reviewed? And the 04X SkyZone goggles have been a very solid recommendation for a long time. The 04X is very solid. So when the 040 came out, it seemed like just a slightly budget version of the 04X with different screens. And I'm like, okay. And I will say, although I haven't flown them personally, I'm in contact with a lot of people out there. And I am in contact with some corporate training programs, shall we call them. Companies that train a lot of drone pilots, say 50 or 100 drone pilots over the course of a year. And because people reach out to me and they say, hey, I have a training company, I train pilots, and what equipment should I use? So I keep contact with them, because when you have somebody who's training tens of or even hundreds of people a year, that's good data that lets you get past the I have one report, but I don't know how seriously to take it. And so several of these people use the SkyZone 040 in their programs and have had no problem with it. So based on that, I've continued to recommend it. But Niels Vost.
Seconds and come back down again. If you flipped it the other way, it would do exactly the same. There we go, our logical switches. And you can see we've got 3 logical switch settings. Radio S for this. And we're going to go to model settings, and we need to go to our, there we go, our logical switches. And you can see we've got 3 logical switches set up there. So let's go into the first one and edit that. And you can see the function is edge. The switch V1, the switch is SF forward. And then you can see I put a delay on 0.5 of a second. Let's come out of there. Go into the second one. And here it's the same, except for we're reversing the switch. So the function is edge. V1 is the switch, SF now towards us. And then we've got a duration of 0.5 of a second. Let's come out of there again. And then we have to join these 2 logical switches together. And that is logical switch 3, which all we do is we're going to say OR is the function, V1 is logical switch 1, and V2 is logical switch 2. And that is it for the logical switches. Now we need to go back to our mixes. There we go. We pull our mixes up. You see, I've mixed this on channel 5. Now you can use any channel that you want, of course. We click there and we go edit, and you can see the source is logical switch 3. And then everything else should be default. Weight is 100 and everything else is 0'd. Right, now if we come out of here. Okay, so now let's demonstrate this working. If I tap here and I say channel monitors, if we watch channel 5, I'm going to the switch SF, which you can't see, it's off screen. It's the one I normally use that one for arming my drones. But if I click it one way, you see it went to full throw and then back again. So now if I push it down, it does exactly the same. Now this is what the subscriber was asking for. Now you can change that delay by going into here, model settings, so do this one here. You can change the figure here to change how long that stays at full throw. Just by changing that figure there. So that's it. That's it demonstrated. Go back, check again, show you again. Channel monitors, click the switch forward towards me and away from me. It does the same function. And there we go. I do hope the subscriber's happy with what I've done there, but that is exactly what they wanted to do. And if you found this video useful, please give it a thumbs up. If you didn't, give it a thumbs down. Leave down the comments or questions. Please leave them in the comments section because I will definitely try and get back to you. I can't always get back to you straight away, but I'll always do my best to help you. Thanks for watching. Happy flying. Bye for now.
Today, I'm very happy to be reviewing a product that legitimately is the best in its class. This product does a thing better than anything else in its class, and it's something that I have wished for years and years that someone would make. Unfortunately, it's about 4 years too late for a lot of people, and so a lot of people are going to be like, oh yeah, that would have been great if it had come out 4 years ago, but today, I've moved on. Which one of those people you are? You'll have to watch the video to find out. I'm Joshua Bardwell. You're going to learn something today. This is the product that we're looking at today. This is the SkyZone M5F FPV monitor. And in order to demonstrate to you what it is, we'll just turn it on. I'm just going to single press, then long press the power button. It took me a while to figure that out. I was like long pressing and holding. It's like a DJI. Single press, then long press, and it turns on. And you can see that what we've got here is an LCD monitor, a 5-inch LCD monitor with a built-in analog video receiver. If you're familiar with SkyZone goggles, then the interface to this menu is going to be very familiar to you. Here on the back, we've got a menu button. We've got a DVR button. It takes an SD card here on the side, and it will record DVR. And we've got a jog wheel, clickable jog wheel you can use. And if we click that jog wheel, it brings up the menu, and we can change the band and channel, so we can switch channels, and we can change the band as well, although I'm going to just leave it on baseband, which is probably what most people are going to do. It is an analog receiver. And the reason that I'm so excited about this is that, here's what, let me show you, hold on. I've had this little screen for freaking ever, and it's one of the most useful things I have on my bench, at least it used to be. This little analog screen, same thing, it's just you change the band and channel, it's battery powered, the battery is super old and worn out. As soon as you take it off the charger, it just shows that it's dead, so I have to leave it plugged into USB all the time, but it is super useful to have one of these little screens on your bench, like when you're working on a quadcopter. If I'm building a quadcopter, if I'm troubleshooting a quadcopter, I can't tell you how many times I've like just had goggles on my face while I'm fiddling around, and it's just kind of a pain in the butt to be like, It's really great to have a little screen that you can just see what your camera's doing. You can see your OSD, you can go into your menus, you can do all the things you need to do and not have to actually have goggles on your face. So the main reason I keep a screen like this around is the ability to easily build and troubleshoot on the bench. But of course, we can also use this for spectating. If you're out there flying and an analog pilot's in the air, you can tune them in and you can be watching without, again, having to put your goggles on your face. You know, earlier I complained about the battery in this.
Hello, welcome to RC Video Reviews. In this EdgeTX snippet, I'm going to show you a really cool logical switch setup, and you can use any logical switch you want. I've already got some stuff up top, so I used logical switch 10. I already have some stuff up there, and I did have to use a production radio because that's where I have the switch installed. And by the way, you can use any momentary switch on your radio. You can use T5 down, T5 up, T6 down, or T6 up. And in my case, I moved my momentary switch over to this side of the radio.
It's time for another entry in my EdgeTX 101 series. This is a series of videos where I teach you how to use the operating system running on your radio, EdgeTX. Now this is a video somewhat later in the series. I've done initial videos about the very, very basics, introduction, getting to know the radio. And at this point in the series, we're starting to get a little more specific. We're demonstrating features by actually doing practical things. And today, we're going to be doing some moderately, let's just say intermediate. We'll key, we're going to page to the mixes screen, we're going to go down, we're going to find an empty channel that we want to use. Because we are probably using Express LRS, we're going to avoid channel 5 in Express LRS. Channel 5 is always arming, and we have to dedicate the channel 5 to that function. But here's channel 6. Channel 6 isn't being used for anything. We're just going to hit the roller on channel 6. We're going to go down to the mixes screen, and I can go to that channel 6 mix, and I can add, long press edit, I can add a switch parameter. So here, the switch parameter makes this mixer line only become active when another switch is in a given position. So if I activate that switch parameter and I tie it to my arming switch, let's see, this is going to be disarmed, that's going to be armed, so now SA down, then that mixer line will only become active when switch SA is down in the armed position. So if I go back to my channel monitor, we can see that when switch SA is in the disarmed line, will a given position. Switch parameter. So here, the switch parameter makes this mixer line only become active when another switch is in a given position. So if I activate that switch parameter and I tie it to my arming switch, let's see, this is going to be disarmed, that's going to be armed, so now SA down, then that mixer line will only become active when switch SA is down in the armed position. So if I go back to my channel monitor, we can see that when switch SA is in the disarmed position, now channel 6 doesn't do anything, and switch SA is in the armed position. Now channel 6 is controlled by that switch. So there's a couple things that are wrong here. And the first thing that's wrong is notice that when switch SA goes into the disarmed position, the channel 6 goes to the mid position. And that's probably not what we want. When channels don't have an assigned value, they default to the mid position, but we want our servo to be full open or full close. So we need a way to add a sort of default value for when the channel is disabled. Here's how we do that. I'm going to press the model key and page back to the mixes screen. And here on channel 6, I'm going to long press and insert before. So the mixer lines are handled from top to bottom, and we want the default value to be, we have that when the quadcopter is disarmed, the servo defaults to the closed position and the switch does nothing. When we arm, the switch takes control and the servo can be opened and closed with the second switch. The next thing we need to do is add this delay, where the servo doesn't become active for 30 seconds or so after we arm. And in order to do that, we're going to have to change things a little bit, because here in the mixer screen, there isn't any, like, we're going to do here. So there are two conditions we have to detect here. The first is that we are armed for at least 5 seconds, or 30 seconds in the real world, but 5 seconds for this example. We are armed for at least 5 seconds, and the servo switch is in the closed position, and that will cause the switch to become alive, and that's our activation parameter. And then our deactivation parameter, well, what should it be? It should be that we disarm the drone. As soon as we disarm, the servo goes back to being dead again, and I guess that would make it close up again. Well, I don't know. That would be really tricky. I guess what we would really like to do is leave the servo channel in its previous state when we disarm, instead of going back to the default. If the servo was open, it stays open. If it was closed, it stays closed. I'm not sure. That would be really hard. I don't think we're going to tackle that in this video. But our activation parameter for the servo is going to be armed for 5 seconds and the switch in the closed position. Our deactivation condition is going to be disarmed. So the first thing we have to do is build a logical switch that can detect when we are armed for 5 seconds and the servo switch is in the closed position. Anytime you have more than one condition that you want to detect, you're going to build a logical switch. So we're going to go to the logical switches screen and make a new logical switch, LO2. And LO2 is going to be AND as its logic. We're trying to detect two things, and both of them are true. That's an AND. And the first one is going to be LO1. So a long press, logical switches, LO1. LO1 says we have been armed for at least 5 seconds. And the second one is going to be switch SD in the up position, which is servo closed. So LO2 will become true when we've been armed for 5 seconds and the servo switch is in the up position. That is our activation parameter. Now we'll back out one and we will go to LO3 and make the logical switch that is going to activate and deactivate the servo channel. And for that, our function is going to be sticky. There we go, sticky. And V1, we're going to long press, and that's going to be logical switches LO2. So that's our activation parameter. LO3 will activate when LO2 becomes true. And LO2 means we've been armed for 5 seconds and the servo is in the closed position. And it's going to deactivate, that's V2. So V1 is the activation parameter, V2 is the deactivation parameter. V2 is going to be when this arm switch is in the disarmed position, SA up. That's it. So let's just test these logical switches. Anytime you're building up one logical switch, which depends on another, which depends on another, it's really good to build them up, sort of up, up. That's it. So let's switch is in the deactivation parameter. V2 is going to be when the parameter, V2 is the D, and so that's our activation parameter. LO3 will activate when LO get into it. So to start with, let's just put this switch on a channel and have it control the servo. And you've seen me do this before in previous videos, but we'll just build it up one step at a time. To map a switch to a channel, we're going to press the model key. We're going to page to the mixes screen. We're going to go down. We're going to find an empty channel that we want to use. Because we are probably using Express LRS, we're going to avoid channel 5 to that folder. On channel 6, we're going to go down to source and click one time. And then we are going to flip that switch, and you'll see it'll immediately fill in that switch as the source, and that's it. We've done it. So if we back out, if I hit the return key a few times to get back to the main screen and page to the channel output, the channel monitor, we can see that channel 6, as I flip the switch, you can take my word for it, you can hear me flipping the switch, it goes up and down. So now if I have a servo on channel 6, it's going to be controlled by that switch, yay. But I only want that switch to come alive when we are armed, when we've armed the quadcopter. So that's the next step. In order to do that, I can press the model key and I can go back to the mixes screen and I can go to that channel 6 mix and I can add, long press edit, I can add a switch parameter. So here the switch parameter makes this mixer line only become active when another switch is in a given position. So if I activate that switch parameter and I tie it to my arming switch, let's see, this is going to be disarmed, that's going to be armed, so now SA down, then that mixer line will only become active when switch SA is down in the armed position. So if I go back to my channel monitor, we can see that when switch SA is in the disarmed position, now channel 6 doesn't do anything, and switch SA is in the armed position, now channel 6 is controlled by that switch. There's a couple things that are wrong here. And the first thing that's wrong is notice that when switch SA goes into the disarmed position, the channel 6 goes to the mid position. And that's probably not what we want. When channels don't have an assigned value, they default to the mid position, but we want our servo to be full open or full close. So we need a way to add a sort of default value for when the channel is disabled. Here's how we do that. I'm going to press the model key and page back to the mixes screen. And here on channel 6, I'm going to long press and insert local. So the mixer line is enabled from top to bottom. And we want the default value to be at the very top, and the other one will provide it when it becomes active. That's not the default value. We'll do insert local. And our source here is not going to be a control like the switch or anything. Normally the source is a switch or a knob or something like that. Our source is going to be, if I just put once and then long press, our source is do have pre-installed batteries. The batteries are going to have these little stickers on them. That's why your radio won't turn on. Again, I was struggling with that for a little while before I noticed it. Make sure I did that on camera. There we go. You can just replace these little plug grips. On the front of the radio, we've got basic controls for accessing the menus of the radio itself. For example, we can press this on key and we can go in and select 1 to 16 phones. We can find this for Pocket this is definitely that. Looking for a smaller radio for smaller hands, this is that. Or looking for an ultra durable radio that you can chuck in a bag. That you can chuck in a bag or over your shoulder, don't do it. And it's not break. And if you are that kind of person, there are links in the video description below. Those are affiliate links, and I love when you click those links because when you click that link and then make a purchase, any purchase at the affiliate store, I get a little commission. It's an easy way for you to support the channel. Just find my affiliates, and you can go market, and go to those links before you do all your shopping. I get a little commission. This is the part of the video where I tell you what you should watch next. And if you've watched all the way to the end of the video, I have a special reward for you. I have got an HTX setup video that is part of an unreleased build series. I'm going to put an unlisted link to it in a card if you're watching this video 2 or 3 weeks after release. It'll be a public view, but those of you who watched all the way to the end, I'll put the card on screen to my HTX setup and my Espresso RS setup. And you can see me go through the process of getting a controller like this working on an actual quadcopter. If you click one of those videos, bear in mind that the product that is linked to in that video is not available yet unless you're watching this at some time in the future, which is maybe it is. So don't be confused if you get a full video. Don't worry, don't full release video for that when it comes out. Here are those cards, and there are links in the video description below. I will see you there. Gemini, but where's the second antenna? It's in the handle. Hello? That's so freaking cool. One antenna, 2 antennas. It just does, it's everything you want. If you're okay with the size, like, then this is just the one you get. Let's close out the video by talking about, like, who you might be as a pilot, and then which radio I think would be best for you. Before we do that, 2 things. If you want to buy any of these radios, there's links in the video description below. They're affiliate links. That's one of the main ways that I support the channel. It used to be much more prominent, but we're buying less nowadays because everything is expensive and less money. So you can also join my Patreon for $2 a month if you wanted to make sure I keep doing this enough with you. The other thing is that I have reviewed almost all of these radios individually, if not all of them, and I will put links to my reviews of all of the radios down in the video description below if you want to review them, because obviously very important. So, if size is a priority for you, then I would suggest either the Pocket or the Zorro. If you're trying to just chuck this into a backpack, then the Pocket is the most durable. The Zorro is going to be a little less durable, although it does have these stuffy switches. It's still pretty chuckable into a bag and hold, but it's just a little bit less durable because it's got these cables sticking out and it's got the switches sticking out. I don't recommend the TAL if size is your priority. Obviously, it's a small radio, but if size is your primary priority, then that means you're probably not a beginner, or when you would have said, I'm not a beginner and I'm just starting out. And so, unless you're just a beginner who's just starting out, it's your very first radio, you would expect to outgrow it, relegate it to simulator, or my little brother uses it, then don't buy the TAL. Buy something that will be just the TX 15 or the Radio Master Boxer would probably be my pick if somebody wanted to like just pick one radio for me. They aren't like the best at everything. They're not the smallest. The Boxer doesn't have the 900 megahertz support. It's not going to be as good for long range. I prefer the black and white screen. The color touch screen is sexy when you're using it, and the ergonomics of both of them are pretty good. They're not too expensive. They're not the top of the this could be the only radio you can use for years and years and years. So if you're just looking for a solid, safe, all-around choice, get one of these. It takes 15 to be a little bit newer, a little bit more expensive, and remember, having that dual band, 900 megahertz and 24 megahertz support, which might be better if you have long range. So speaking of long range, which radio for long cheat that when I tell you the